love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. Jets, Jets.
Can't all be beautiful.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride.
You're in the danger zone.
Holy mackerel.
Holy mackerel, indeed. It's Friday in the danger zone, live with Murph. How is it going, brother? As my dog is pumped up because I'm speaking.
I know. God forbid you do that. That's something else, man. I know my dog. If I twitch a certain way, he gets excited. So that's more than I can say about our New York Jets. But we are here. We're back every Friday night, as always. 9 o'clock. Sometimes 9:05, 9:10, sometimes 9:30. In the danger zone, but we're back. We're ready to do it. I got a little energy drink ready to go, and I got a little something for after that too. And we got a little guest tonight, so or maybe not a little guest. We got a big guest.
You know what?
At least big to us.
Hey, he's shrinking by the day. At least his waist size. I'll tell you that. You're right. You're right. He's ready, chomping at the bit. We're about to bring him out, man. You're right, man. This team. We said it last week. Our word of last week's episode was shellacking. We almost got a shellacking on Monday night. It was it was prevented at the end of being a shellacking. But yeah, we'll talk about it. We got Jets YouTube legend. I mean, pre-COVID, this guy, like that says a lot. He's been around a while. He's been in the danger zone. He's in our intro, the drafting of Armand Membu, with a stellar reaction by him. Y'all know him. Y'all love him. If you don't love him, there's a little X in the top right corner. Go ahead and click that now. Hey, he can speak for himself. Let's bring him out. Bring him out.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, Jeremy?
Brother?
Oh man, crazy stuff going obviously in Jets world, but man, crazy stuff in life, man. Constantly, things always happening. Hoping to see some of the people that I was just streaming before, and I'm hoping some of them came over and are going to be here. But I sat and I talked about everything pretty much except the Jets. So I'm excited to talk Jets now.
You did. That's kind, man, because that's a big thing, is we come to YouTube for Jets chaoses, Jets thoughts, man. And I appreciate it because you did stream right before this. You saved your goodies for the Danger Zone. You also plugged us, man. Like literally top notch, man. I appreciate you. As most people know, we've always had a goal of 500 people, no more, which, everybody does that. Oh, 500, then I want 1,000, then 2,000. No, 500, then you won't even hear me again peep about it. We are 8 subscribers away. 8. So hey, let's go. Let's get it before we are mathematically eliminated and everybody logs off. Uh, yeah, that's
We're not already.
yeah, bro. Yeah. Maybe out of the East, I'll tell you that. Holy shit, did they mollywop us. That was a shellacking. But yeah, man, appreciate you reserving some thoughts. Dude, let's just start there, man, because we played the 0-3 Dolphins as we ourselves were also 0-3. Can you maybe just speak on what you thought going into that game and then maybe what you thought at halftime and maybe just take us through real quick, like what you kind of saw that game like?
I thought that game, before the game, I thought that it was important not for playoff hopes. I wasn't having playoff hopes. That wasn't my mission or goal. I mean, I guess what I was hoping for was I thought that was the game we needed to win if we were going to make like a 7 to 8 win season type of thing where we were going to have this jump. So that was forget the draft, forget draft. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of having to be torn and in this debate of should we lose games for better draft picks. I'm tired of it. I just want to see some wins. I want the team to win some games. And I honestly thought if we beat Miami, even if we lost to Dallas, I was thinking 1-4, and then I looked at the schedule and said we can get a few wins in there. And I really thought, based on the way the schedule was, that we can fight our way up to 7 to 8 wins, and really win some games. And the reason I thought so was because the way I saw it is we were better than Pittsburgh. We were. I watched the game live. We were better. We were the better team. We just found a way to lose. And then, obviously we got crushed by Buffalo, but then Tampa, we didn't, everyone's focused on that first half and the overall numbers, but we came back in that second half. We were in Tampa playing a playoff team with championship pedigree, and we stayed in it, and we did a lot of good things, similar things than we did against Pittsburgh. And no, we're not a playoff team. It didn't make me think, oh my God, we're competitive to be, make the playoffs and be, but I saw real improvement, and I saw some things to be really excited about. And I thought, well, let's beat Miami. Let's get some wins now, get some confidence. So it was a devastating loss for me. Because what it's really showing me is, above all else, this team does not know how to win. We know how to play. It wasn't as terrible as people are saying. If you take away those turnovers and you fix some of that officiating, and I don't want to make excuses, but that was terrible officiating. The referees definitely impacted that game. But if you take that away, we win that game. We were the better team. We just made these terrible mistakes.
Murph, anything to add with that?
I think you could point to 1 or 2 moments with any game, and it's like, if it didn't go that way, things could be totally different, especially when you factor in momentum. But when it boils down to it, those things didn't happen, and we keep making mistakes. And like you said, we don't know how to win games. The team doesn't. Is that a player's thing? Is that a coach's thing? Is that a just organizational thing? I don't know. That's a hard thing to nail down, to figure out. But putting it simply, we're 0-4.
Yep.
Haven't won. They haven't proven. And I was kind of hard last week on Aaron Glenn. I don't want to be hard on Aaron Glenn. I like Aaron Glenn. I really do. But I heard all about this coaching and changing culture and stuff like that. It's not translating, not yet, at least. God, I hope it does. I felt like this was a good week for it to kick in. You know what I mean? This was a good week for us to see it finally. And Jeremy, you said we have been somewhat competitive in a couple games, but like Monday night wasn't competitive to me. Like at the end, we made the score look a little better, but come on, it didn't. It wasn't that competitive.
Turnovers.
Pittsburgh, you could say was competitive. Like we were right there. We were the better team. I'm kind of conflicted on that. I kind of feel like we were, but at the same time, our defense didn't say that we were. You know, we couldn't stop them for anything. Aaron Rodgers, 4 touchdowns. I mean, they just up and down the field on us all day. You know,
Yeah, the
and
defense
just
is a huge
because we were responding doesn't mean that we were the better team. Eventually, they forced the fumble on special teams, which was the game changer there. You know, because our idiots in the front office and our idiots in the coaching staff decided, let's keep Xavier Gibson, even though Jeremy was saying it, Dane was saying it, everybody in the chat was saying it. No.
But in spite of, you're saying they forced the turnover, fine. But, it took a 60-yard field goal to beat us. He kicked 55 in a 60-yard field goal. So I'm just saying, if you look at the numbers of that game, we were the better team. We have issues on defense. We'll talk about that. We'll definitely get into the defense. Like we got serious issues on defense. That Miami game, I know it looks like we weren't competitive. That was the turnovers, though. If Braylon Allen doesn't fumble, that was a 14-point shift, right? If he scores the touchdown, it's we're winning 7-3. We're losing 10-0. So that, there's turnovers, but if you look at the numbers and the yards per carry in the running game and our offense and the way it performed, our defense sucked, but overall we should have won that game. And overall, I think we're on the same page for the most part. We both agree. And I'm not arguing the fact that we're a bad football team right now, because being a good football team means you have a good offense and a good defense and good special teams. And right now, the only good thing we have is a running game on offense. Like that's pretty much the thing we are, right? We do that well, but man, we need help everywhere else.
Facts. And like you guys summed up so nicely, like I think just about anyone could have beaten us these first 4 weeks. Just about anyone. I think that we've actually competed in less than half of the quarters we've played. I really do. 16 quarters, I think we competed in 6 or 7. The other 8, 9, 10 of them, just no pulse. No pulse whatsoever. We need to find a way not to raise our ceiling. We need to find a way to raise our floor. Our floor is lower than I've seen in a long time. The penalties, the turnovers, the star players acting like Jags. I could literally sit here and list a list of 15 names of guys I'm just disappointed in that aren't even playing like a fraction of themselves. I won't. The one guy that I'm a truther for ended up getting a key horrible fumble last week. And then before he can earn it back, he gets hurt for 2 to 3 months, which is anybody who's been hurt, like you don't want to get hurt after that. Like you're going to be thinking about that for 2 or 3 months. Maybe he comes back hungrier. But anyways, like just bummed the entire time. We all kind of thought those first 3 games we would get waxed. I mean, there was 3. I mean, in a grand scheme, maybe, we thought individually we could stand a chance, but 3 playoff teams off the bat, you're a new scheme, new coaching staff, some new key players, 3 playoff teams off the bat, 0-3. Then you got Miami. Miami licking their wounds. Miami trying to tread water when you hear their coach should be fired, Tyreek Hill, blah, blah, blah. Like, we had the chance to put the final nail in their coffin, and we couldn't do it. Like, that is way worse to me than the first 3 weeks.
Yeah, that was the heartbreaker. That was the crusher.
Yeah. So it's not just 0-4. And here's the thing, like in previous years, previous seasons, I've always been someone to add context. Like we lost, but there's always this, there's always that, this happened, whatever. I'm really getting away from that right now. Now I'm just looking at it like, hey, we're 0-4, and prove me wrong that we're not 0-4. Like, you know what I mean? And here's the other thing. It's not that we're just 0-4. We are now under Aaron Glenn 0-2 in our division. Now you can say, okay, Buffalo, like they're a powerhouse right now. Understandable. But Dane, you just said it, dude. Miami come in licking their wounds. Coaches on the hot seats. There's drama going on with the team. They got injuries, whatever. Like, it was the perfect opportunity, and we still didn't take advantage of it. I have to get rid of this losing culture.
Definitely. I think really that game, it's just an opinion. I can't predict what would have happened if it didn't happen, but I don't know if you felt it, Murph, but we managed with our crappy defense to hold them to a field goal. We're marching down the field in every way that we were hoping as far as what this team is going to have as an identity, right? This great offensive line, running game, eat up the clock. We run down the field. We're on the verge of scoring a touchdown. When he fumbled that football, I don't know about you, but my stomach turned and I thought to myself, here we go. And it was so deflating. And I thought to myself, we're going to lose this game. Like, just because, and I knew they were going to score and they did, and I knew it was over. But the thing is, I imagine that, don't you think it was that feeling that we had, that deflating feeling, probably was our players, the Jets players had that feeling when he fumbled that football? You don't think that even they said, here we go again?
Yeah.
It was just terrible. I mean, it was that fumble.
I preach it all the time. Momentum is huge in football. And good coaches are able to counteract it. If something bad happens to your team, good coaches are able to get the guys' heads out of their asses and get them back on the field and ready to play. Aaron Glenn's got to figure that out whenever we have a moment like that. And we see it every game. We lose. I mean, we're 0-4. We lose every game. We see there's one moment every game. Jeremy, you know what I'm talking about. One moment every game. You're like, there it is. You just think to yourself, you see it. There it is.
Yeah.
We're done. You know
it. And I know it happens to every team. We just watched it happen on Thursday night, but not every week. That's the difference. Like, the difference is we've seen teams like they fumble, like, how does this happen? But with us, it's every single season, multiple times. It's just, it never stops happening to us.
I mean, I watched some stuff this today, really, and I saw Fields presser, and I saw Garrett's, and I saw Sauce, and I mean, a lot of it's just like, it's frustrating, man. They have to be frustrated for one as well, but like Fields says, oh, there's something to build on. We did start with a 90-some yard drive. I mean, there is, but at the same time, shit or get off the pot, man. Like I mean, Bree said it best. Some people shoot themselves in the foot. We come back and we shoot ourselves in the head. I mean, that aptly sums it up, if you ask me. But
we shoot ourselves in the head with a scope. We somehow use a mirror and a scope to make sure we don't miss.
Maximum effectiveness.
Watch that movie Wanted, like where they're like bending bullets. We shoot it and then bend the bullet to come back and hit us.
the boomerang bullet, man. It tough to watch. That's the thing. Like, you want to take pride in the team and shit, but when it's like 2.5 quarters per game of just ineptitude, it's embarrassing. I mean, some of that Monday night on primetime was embarrassing. There was, non-Jet fans watching, no people with no stake in the game, just watching us. Just comedy, man, comedy. Tough.
To answer the chat, I said that moment keeps happening to us each season. I didn't say it happens every game. Someone's in the chat saying, name that moment in this game or that game. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that it seems to keep happening to us. I didn't say it happens every game.
Right.
I'm saying like last year, it's like the Molokai Corley play. And we won that game, but it's still that deflated. It's the Jets. It's like we just have these moments that seem to keep coming and haunting us.
I think it has a lot to do too with like you gotta like this team got beat down. They were all young. They got beat down for years. Now this year, hell, they're still the second youngest team in the league, 25 and a half years old average. Don't even like they don't remember what winning is like because it's been since college, man. Like the self-inflicted wounds are one thing, but like and the trying to win a game at the very end is one thing, but like they get near the goal line and they also shoot themselves. It's tough. Murph, you were gonna say something?
I mean, there's so much to say. There's so much to say. I don't. It doesn't matter. Even if we have a game where we feel good about it and we're on top, it's not very often, but we're on top, and it's still we still manage to lose. And honestly, I could argue maybe there is. I could damn near name a moment every game. Maybe not the Bills game. That game was shot from the get-go.
Well, hold on. The Bills game was the penalty. Like, I'm not saying we would have won the game anyway, but remember, like before we were out of that game, there was the penalty where we gave them, what was it, 3rd and 19 or something, or 3rd and very long, and we gave them the first down. So, like with that stupid, ridiculous penalty. Now that's on us. That's poor discipline. That's the player. I'm not like even the fumble with Braylon Allen. I'm not saying this isn't us doing it. I'm just saying, as Jet fans, we are getting punched in the stomach. Like, you know what I mean? Like we have so many of those moments where, you know, we're cheering and think something good just happened. And then we see the yellow pop up or the ball pops loose or, you know, every time we get happy, it's stolen from us. Like something, you know, they managed to just blow it up.
Yeah. One of the ones that stuck with me the most is, remember that couple years, 2 or 3 years ago, the Patriots game when Michael Carter II got that pick six, and then they called that penalty, and it was just like they threw the flag. Obviously, Michael Carter's only 20 yards from running into the end zone at that point, and that's when they're throwing the flag. It's like, come on. But yeah, that was one of those moments, man. It's just like,
I mean, it feels like it's just always like happening to us. You know, obviously we've had games where we won where it felt great. And it, you know, the New England game last year, remember in the beginning of the year, and we thought, oh my God, we haven't seen a game like that forever. Yeah. So yeah, if I said every game, not every game, but just you see other teams have like a terrible thing happen. Like, oh my God, I can't believe they fumbled at the 1 yard line. Or, oh my God, I can't believe it was 3rd and 29 and they committed the penalty. And then boom, instead of getting the ball, it's a touchdown. But with us, it's just normal Jets football. You know, it's just, and you think that's gotta be the last time. That's gotta be the last time. No. You know, and sometimes it's multiple times in a game. You know, like it happens, and then you think, okay, but then another thing happens, and you're like, how is this real? You know,
it's perpetual, man. It really is. You even like we're 0-4. We're you know, fan base is screaming fire Glenn. Fan base is screaming fire Wilkes. We're all distracted with what we need to fix first in order to win a game. And then you have news drop today that there's a potential sexual allegations against our team president, Jaime, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole. I'm just saying, like, what more do the football gods have for us? Because this is getting fairly hard to deal with.
The one person they kept, they cleaned out everything. They kept the president. That's the person that's going to have allegations. And what did we say? We said, scrub that stadium, scrub that locker room, scrub it clean. Everything's got to go. Everything's got to change. And what did they do? The one guy.
It's the one Xavier Gibson of the front office, huh?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Tough. Tough.
Well, the difference is we can't sit here and say like, "Oh, fire Jaime," because we don't really know what he does behind the scenes, and we don't know what moves he's in on, and he's putting input on, whatever.
I think
But Xavier Gibson, we knew, you know. But I just want to bring up, like, I looked it up just to be sure. I felt like it feels like every game, which I'm thinking it is every game at this point. But one of the big things we all said going into the season, right? Aaron Glenn needs to do. He said, "All right, we got tough nose coach coming in. Chill out on the penalties, right? Get these guys, disciplined." 13 for 101.
No, the illegal shifts. The illegal shifts.
It's always something. It's not even the same thing every game. It's just like the whole team is just figuring out a way to shoot ourselves in the foot. It's crazy.
They I don't know if you heard, Justin Fields said that they're doing something about it. They're going to figure out how to do something in pre-snap that's going to negate it. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking just go up tempo all damn game, because that's the best I feel like we look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think with a Fields-led offense, with how explosive he can be in the right situations, they can keep a team on their back foot that way. I'm down to do that.
Especially when you're pounding the ball, running the ball, like Fields taking off, and don't let them substitute in. Like if you get them in a situation where they're going small, don't let them sub. Just keep pounding the ball and take advantage when they're small. Don't let them substitute. Don't let them go big.
Has he thrown a pick this year?
I
don't think he has.
Ah, man, was there? I'm trying to
But
remember.
I'm pretty sure he has like one fumble almost every game.
Well, I do have a stat for you, and some of you
let's see.
I don't. Yeah, the actual stats I don't know. I have a next gen stat for you guys. You may have seen me tweet it today, but like running backs, I was looking at rushing today, and I was looking at 20-mile-an-hour runs. I was looking at 15 miles per hour runs, which you got to get up to speed on those, obviously. Leader in the NFL with the most 15-plus mile per hour runs, there's three-way tie. Jahmyr Gibbs, Kenneth Walker, Justin Fields. And I looked deeper. I'm like, what the hell? He missed a game. And then I was like, all right, these other two running backs have had 58 carries, and they've had 18 15-mile-an-hour runs. Fields has 18 on 24 carries. 75, wow. Dude, 75% of his runs, he's getting up to that speed. I get it. You want to make him a quarterback. You want to make him a passer. Dude, we just need to win a game right now. Like, take the training wheels off. Let him cook. If 3 out of every 4 of his runs, he's getting up to 15 miles per hour, I think that you can lean into that. You don't have to fully dive in, but you can lean into that enough to keep Dallas on their toes, man. Thoughts on that stat, you guys?
It's ridiculous. It's unbelievable.
That's interesting. We knew it. We knew that he was athletic, but is he a winner? You know, Dane, I saw they updated that stat that you sent forever ago in the old group chat about Justin Fields hasn't won a game against teams that have scored 21 or more or something like that. I think it's like he's like 0-25 or 0-26 now. Like, whew. It's damning.
Yeah.
So it's like, yes, he's making it look good. He makes it look good, and he's flashy, and he runs for 80 yards a game and a touchdown or two, but we're not winning still.
No.
But
by the way, that deflating moment against Tampa just came to me. There was a pick six.
Yep.
Oh yeah, pick
Yeah,
six. That was
it.
Tyrod. But
Yeah.
it was it's the team. It's the
Our 35-year-old veteran throws a pick six.
The one guy keeping us from the youngest team in the NFL. Like, yeah, that was a deflating moment for sure. That reminded me of Aaron Rodgers against Pittsburgh last year. Like, just rough. Yeah, but another stat I saw, and I have more. I have like graphics to when we want to talk Dallas. But another stat I saw is that when Fields has a third down, 2 out of every 3 passes he throws is before the sticks.
Yeah.
So like again, take the training. That's why he's not throwing picks, man. He's not pushing the ball down the field when he needs to. Short of Garrett one-on-one. Like I'm talking like 2 out of every 3, he's not even throwing to the yellow line. Yeah, I don't know, man. You're 0-4 this way. Why don't we try some new approaches and see if it doesn't? Hey, Dallas has never beaten us in MetLife.
I mean, look, if that's by design of the coaches due to his limitations, that's the way the offense has to be. If there's no argument. He's a bridge quarterback because you can't go long term if you're a coach and say, I'm going to, for the long term future of this team, have a solution where I have to put this incredibly limited offense on the field where with a quarterback who can't push downfield. And you're never going to get through the playoffs. Like if you ever even become a winner with them, you're never going to get through key games where you're not going to sometimes need a 2-minute drill guy who could push the ball down the field. Right.
I mean, isn't that furthering the point of just let him go? Like you're not trying to shelter him because you don't care about him. Just let him try. That's all I'm saying. Like,
yeah, I think that even if it is that their limit, I think there's a chance it's because of they don't trust him or they don't think he has but even if that's true, if you're going to use him as your starting quarterback in the NFL, you're right. You have to just let him try. Otherwise, why just sign him? Like, what are we doing? Why did we sign him? Why is he our quarterback? If you're telling me you can't, especially as we're losing games, just throw the freaking ball downfield.
And I'm excuse me. I'm seeing and on socials and chats and things like that, I'm seeing, especially like outside of the fan base, I'm seeing people saying, "Oh, look at Justin Fields. Look at his stats. He's not the problem. It's the Jets." And to an extent, that is a thing, right? But it's like Dane, like you're pointing out, like we're kind of babying him, you know. And is it? Do they not trust him to push the ball down the field? Maybe. I mean, there's been the chatter going into the season. There's chatter with him, around him, like saying, like, "Hey, he's kind of a one read guy. Like, if you have, 3 different receivers going deep in your check down and stuff like that, if his number one target ain't there, he's usually going check down, and that's it. He don't even look at the other 2, or he's too scared to throw it to the other 2, or he takes off running, whatever. Like, good quarterbacks don't do that, man. You see, like Herbert out there, like everybody probably here has faith when they see Herbert and he needs to drive it down the field. He's stand there in the pocket and he makes it happen, dude. He throw it all over the field, middle, out wide left, wide right, whatever. Like he'll throw it anywhere, and it's not a problem. He makes his reads, he does his thing. I don't know that Justin Fields can do it. But yet we see people on the outside of the fan base now. All of a sudden, it's the Jets, which it always is the Jets, right? We're fans of this team. We see it. But in this scenario, I think it's a little bit of everybody. It's Fields too. I don't think he's.
I don't think we're losing because Fields is terrible. I think Fields is doing. I think Fields is doing what they're asking him to do. I think right. I just think that the limitations of him as a quarterback and what they're asking him to do is not. We're never going to be a great team like that. I just don't think you could. How great can you be if you have a quarterback that you don't trust to throw the ball downfield? Or, and I think, and it's funny, we talk about wide receiver two, but you just said, makes me say, why do we care? Or why are we crying about not having a wide receiver 2? What's the difference? He's one read and he's dropping it off or he's taking off. What would a WR2 do for this team if he's not going through progressions? If he's just looking at Garrett Wilson, if it's there, he throws it. If it's not there, he dumps it off, checks down, or if he takes off and runs. What is a WR2? What is their role on this team?
Yeah, blocker. And the last thing I wanted to put out there, Dane, kind of circling back to what you brought up with the behind the sticks, throwing it and stuff like that. Um, that's fine in certain game plans against certain teams, right? Like good teams, you'll see they'll switch to a game plan like that when they're up against a defense that it's kind of stingy over the middle and stuff like that. Like that's fine every once in a while, but that shouldn't be your game plan every game. That shouldn't be how you operate your offense every game. You have to be versatile. You have to adjust.
You do. You're going to face premium front sevens that maybe are a little weaker on the back end. Like how do you attack that? Because you can't attack it the way you've been attacking it. Like sometimes you do have to first quarter, first series, throw a deep shot to Arian Smith. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you got to have Mason Taylor run a 20-yard down the seam and you try to hit him over the top. Sometimes you got to go deep to Garrett, of course, because hell, I mean, there were times even they were calling it out in the fourth quarter. They're like, all right, guys, now Garrett Wilson is single covered. So stupid by Miami. Look for the Jets to go over the top. And we don't. We don't. Fields doesn't even look at him. And then Fields and Presser, oh yeah, anytime Garrett's in one-on-one, we try to go to you did hit him a few times in the fourth quarter, but you should recognize every time. And Garrett was wanting the ball, and you should throw it every time. Don't care. Like, just frustrated. It's a frustrating team to watch, man. My thoughts are so scattered, but when it comes to just watching this team, this offense, like, I feel like maybe none of us can design an offense that's better, but I feel like if we were just grafting who to go to and when, who to put in and who to take out, I feel like we could all three do better than this staff can.
I mean, with that being said, because I do have personnel concerns and things like that, but with that being said, this guy is still better. This offensive coaching staff is still better than anything we've had in a really long time. That's all I'm going to say.
I will agree with that. Like I'm down on the coaching staff in general because we were 0-4 and I need to see results. I need to see it in the win column at some point. I can add context, but you got to give me something before I can start adding context. But I will say I agree. Like Tanner Engstrand has done okay. He's been a little flat at times. His offense has been a little flat at times, but then when they start to cook, they start to cook. And, you know, it feels like we can score against anybody when we do start to cook. But and for him to do it with the personnel that he has is what really does impress me. Because we were talking about just now, Justin Fields, I think he's a limited quarterback. You can work with him. And I think Engstrand is kind of so far working with him. But, you know, also having only one like good receiver on the team, you know, running backs that are talented, but they're kind of hit and miss. Like I can't crown this running back room. Like I know that a lot of us were high on this running back room. I can't crown them because I need these guys to show up day in and day out, you know, all of them. Not just Brees. I'm not just being hard on Brees. Not just Braylon. All of them. Because it's like when one of them's doing all right, then the other ones are sucking. And it's vice versa. And it's just like I need all three of these guys to showed up, prepared to play. And I don't know. So it's like the personnel isn't perfect. And he's still managing to, you know, score more points than we've seen as Jets fans in a while. So I will give some props to Tanner Engstrand. But you got to be consistent. Don't let your offense go flat and let us get down, 10 points, 14 points early, and then have to make up for it later. We need some consistency, and we need some game planning that's a little bit more versatile.
I'll tell you from what you just said. You know what I would like better than the running back room everyone loves so much? We have a three-headed monster, and this one's good. Just give me a great running back. Can we just, how much would you rather go back to the days when we had Curtis Martin, or give me Saquon Barkley, give me give me Henry. Like, just give me a great running back. Enough with the this and the that, and we gotta. If you have to argue that, oh, this one should get the start, and this one should play in these situations. You know what? I'd rather have just a running back freaking stud. That there's not question, and then you have maybe your change of pace guy to give him a rest, right? Like Gibbs and Montgomery in Detroit. Like, give me something, but just give me a dominant running back then. I'm so tired of, and I don't know what's wrong with Breece Hall, why he's so inconsistent. I'll tell you, against Pittsburgh, he looked so good. I was watching it live. He looked like the Breece that we know and loved from before he got injured in his rookie year. Something happened, but now it's not consistent. I don't get it. Maybe he's trying to get too much on every play. Something changed mentally in his game. I have no clue. I can't say why, but it's just not. He's not the guy he was before that injury.
He heard the doubters this offseason. he made sure to let us know after that Steeler game. He heard the doubters. And then he followed it up with 2 yards a carry the next 2 weeks. So maybe he just needs to lock in and forget. Like, maybe the noise does get to him. I don't know. But he did look a little better last week. But that's 2 betters and 2 bum performances out of 4. Like,
Consistent.
Yeah. And the thing is, though, that's alarming is like, well, not alarming. It's like, it was good to see week 1 is that he usually starts slow and ends great. Seeing him pop off week 1 really had me. Oh, yeah. I was pumped.
I thought it was, now we got an offensive line. Now we got a coaching staff. They're using him the right way. Oh my God, he's back. This is what we got. And of course that didn't last long. The next week it was like, oh. But, I'll say one thing, Murph. We're talking about Estran and, the offense and everything. But one thing is, and I don't know if the offensive line coach or if it's Estran, I don't know for sure exactly who's in charge or responsible for it. But the blocking scheme, when I watched, guys, I watch players, right? I watched back all 22 to study the players. So I watched the game back twice in all 22, watching Membo and then Olu Fashanu. But obviously, when you're watching the offensive linemen, you're seeing where they're going and what they're doing. Whoever is responsible for that blocking scheme on that offensive line, that's our MVP coach. Like, if you say, of all these coaches, who are you excited about? Whoever is designing that scheme on offense, that running scheme, that run game blocking scheme, that's my guy that we got to keep. You don't let that get away. Because this is the best I've seen in a long time. That scheme is, these guys are doing things. I don't know if people notice on every play what they're doing. There are plays where they're sweeping, they're stunting, they're creating space, they're moving guys. And these are the same guys we had last year without, aside from Membo. But what we're seeing Myers, Simpson, and Titman do, it's just unbelievable stuff, man. Like, it's good stuff, and now adding Membo to the mix and the things that he's doing, which I think that as excited that I think this fan base is, I don't think we're excited enough about what Membo is doing. Guys, I think we have an all-pro right tackle, a future all-pro. I think we got a very special player in Membo because he's only played 4 NFL games and he looks like already knocking on the door of being like top notch, like high level. And it's his first 4 games. And in 2 of those games, he's went against Watt and, he's went against Tampa. Like, he's going against like Bosa, like, he's got some serious, future Hall of Fame guys lining up against him. First 4 games. He's only 21 years old and he's taking people.
Serving up pancakes.
A lot of potential there. And yeah, you're right. We're probably not excited enough, and it's probably just because we're 0-4.
Yeah. Well, we're being overwhelmed with so much bad things, but there are some good things, and the good and the nice thing is some of those good things are going to be around here for a while.
Yeah. It's, I don't know, man. Like, that's something that we were high on. A lot of us were like, hey, we might have a top 15, 12 offensive line, and it looks like they do have a chance to be somewhere in that range, but it's just like the rest of the team has to get it together because they're not going to, like, the statistics aren't going to say that they're a top 12 or 15 offensive line if the rest of the players are blowing it, the receivers aren't getting open, people are fumbling the ball, running backs can't get their head out of their ass, whatever it may be. And then just piggybacking off of what you said earlier, Jeremy, I had to point out, I'm with you. You just give me a stud at running back. I've never really been a fan of the whole 2-3 running back system. Oh, keep them fresh and change them out, this and that. Just give me a stud back there, man. And I thought we had one in Brees. You know, rookie year, all of us, we had him locked in. He's a top 3, top 5 running back. You know, potentially going to be talking about, oh, shoot, Curtis Martin's going to lose a lot of his Jets records to Brees. Like that's what we were all thinking. And he didn't end up turning out to be that way. He's not consistent enough. So that might be something we might have to look to in the future about getting us a stud back there again. But
you know what? O-line related, running back related, I wanted to post this stat for you guys. It says, as one of 2 teams to feature the same O-line combo on over 99% of their snaps, that's us, one of them. The Jets have generated the 4th most yards before contact per carry. So the running backs are getting 1.6 yards before they're even touched. And the 5th lowest rate at which ball carriers have been hit behind the line of scrimmage on designated design carries. The contrast can be said too. When protecting the passer, the Jets have allowed a league high pressure rate. More than half of our passes we get pressured on, and are the only team to have allowed a pressure rate of 45% or higher in every game. They have used jumbo personnel on 8 plays with Max Mitchell acting as a swing tackle, averaging 10.6 yards per play. And okay, so the jumbo's working, but man, are we getting pressured in the pass game. I think if you asked any one of us a month or 2 ago, we would say we are going to pass block really well. It's the run blocking that we're a little scared because like Membu and all that. Opposite's true. So thoughts on that?
I want to give some quick thoughts on that. Can we remember that we played Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Tampa? Okay. So, you know, you got to consider this. And I understand we still have to do better. Oh, when you're going to, but we knew we weren't going to be great. Yeah. Yes, when we're a playoff team, if you want to win a Super Bowl, you got to be better even against those teams, but we're not. And we knew we weren't. Right. So, and we got a 2nd-year tackle and a 1st-year tackle playing. I mean, we got kids playing. Right. So you do have to consider the competition, and you have to consider the fact that, I mean, do you have the stat of how long Justin Fields holds the football for on passing plays?
yes,
Because that might have something to do with the pressure rate as well.
I did see, I saw it today. I didn't grab it, but I'm pretty sure he has the most time to throw, especially when being blitzed.
Yeah. So your offensive line is not going to look good as far as pressure when your quarterback doesn't get rid of the ball quickly.
Yep, you took it right out of my mouth there, Jeremy. When your quarterback is indecisive and can't make his reads, you're going to have a high pressure rate because this is the NFL, man. You don't get to stand back there all day. That's not how this works. Everybody is an absolute stud athlete. Like these players, they're going to get to the quarterback eventually. You do not see very many plays where that quarterback is sitting back there for 6-7 seconds just trying to decide where to throw the ball. That's not how it works. That's why Justin Fields needs to figure out how to get through these reads and get the ball out, or run. I don't know. Yeah. So to me, that's the biggest factor. You brought up a good point. We played some teams that have good defenses. You know, they're going to get to the quarterback, but to me, the biggest factor that falls on your quarterback. If he's getting pressured a lot, he's probably holding on to the ball way too long.
Yeah. And you know, and this stat looks bad for Fasciano. The nice news is he looked great on against Miami on Monday. Like he looked great. And people, and if anybody says, well, that was against Miami, they're a weak team. Well, then I could do the same argument for why he didn't look good against Buffalo. We got to remember about Fasciano is he started, I think, a total of 12 games. He's in the first 20 starts of his career, and he's playing left tackle. And if you do any research at all, you can find plenty of Pro Bowl left tackles, plenty of really good top 12 left tackles in the NFL that if you look at their first 15 starts, it doesn't look pretty. It's not uncommon. It's one of those positions you have to develop in. The left tackle is going up against you, typically the best edge rusher. That's where they bring because they're trying to get to the quarterback's blind side. We all know it. It's way too soon to officially judge Fasciano. I'm not saying it's a guarantee that he's going to ever be a great, but if we go by what he did at Penn State, we all thought the issue and the challenge was going to be his run blocking. The great news is he's doing very well against the run. When he's not playing against the Hall of Fame edge rusher, he's looking fine. He's in his first 15 starts. I'm pretty sure it's under 15. So there's plenty of time for him to develop and grow and get stronger. So there's still a lot to be excited about with this player. There's a lot of great reps that are showing pretty strong evidence that he could develop into a very good player. It doesn't look like he's getting beat because he's not fast enough or strong enough. It looks like when you really look at the film, what I've noticed with Dom and even Frankie, both have concurred this. It looks like a lack of experience.
You know what? And like a lot of those pressures came in the Tampa game when they literally ran the same blitz at him like 8 times and just picked on him. I'm sure that a little bit of coaching that week probably taught him what to do then, but like the numbers did not, they got inflated that game. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, just a stat. And I do have more that maybe we could rapid fire. But Jeremy, you talked about it earlier, like this defense. I wanted to kind of give it a few minutes to kind of just feel your thoughts on that. Like, I think that was one of the few things we kind of counted on would be at least like borderline average this year. What are your thoughts on what it's looked like through the first quarter of the season?
I'll tell you this, the most surprising part about our defense. Who would have guessed when the year started that the inside defensive line, the internally defensive line, the tackles would be the strongest and best part of our defense? Who would have guessed that? But Phillips and Briggs have been great, right? Quinnen is Quinnen. Even some people argue he's not the superstar. We're over. It doesn't matter. Like you're not going to say he's bad. He's being double teamed every play, which automatically when you're being double teamed, even if you do nothing, you've contributed because that's making it easier for everybody else. So who would have guessed that was the strength of our team? Now, part of the reason they're the strength of our team is the edge play's been terrible. Clemens obviously terrible. Jermaine got hurt, so he hasn't played half the 4 games. And then secondary, Michael Carter went from being a top slot cornerback to the worst in football. Who could have seen that coming? Like that, you couldn't see that coming. And Cisco, I'm sorry, but if you look at him in Jacksonville, there was no way to know that he'd be this bad. He was decent at Jacksonville. He was a turnover guy. He caused turnovers. So there was some of these things that was like, it was no way to see it coming, and then we thought we were going to be strong at linebacker. We have an injury there, but even without it, over pursuing undisciplined linebacker play.
And that's one of my biggest gripes, dude. I still think there's a ton of talent on this defense. I think that they are underperforming, and that might seem obvious to people or whatever, but just like, you have to lay that out there. They are underperforming, and whenever the players are underperforming, 99% of the time, that's on coaching. And that was something I was harping about last week. Aaron Glenn, you said you're a coach. You coach all sides of the ball. You're going to have your hands in everything, right? Well, you need to put more hands in Steve Wilkes' pot and add a little seasoning to that mix, because that stew is bland as hell right now, and it's not working. I don't know, man. Wilkes is not giving me anything to be excited about, because we know we have talent. We have all pros, man. We got Sauce Gardner. We got Quinnen Williams. Quincy was a stud. He's out right now, but they paid Sherwood. We saw him lead the league in tackles last year. All these things. Michael Carter II was one of the highest paid slot, nickels in the league. Cisco has potential. There's a lot of potential on this team. What is going on? why are we allowing, almost 30 points a game? What are we doing? There's no reason for that. They have to button that defense down. I don't know if it's the type of scheme these play, like maybe Michael Carter just doesn't play well in the type of scheme they're doing. Same thing with Cisco, whatever. But adjust your scheme to bring the best out in your players.
Yes.
That's what good coaches do. You can say, oh, we are a 3-4 man coverage team all day, every day. This is an example. But whenever it comes down to it and you need to play zone and you need to have that extra lineman on the field, you need to play that 4-3 and you need to play that zone. Or we don't like to blitz. We like to get there with our 4 defensive linemen. We're not blitzing team. Well, some games you need to, okay? And if you have the right players that are good at it, then you need to adjust to what your players' strengths are. It's just unacceptable. There's too much talent on this team for our defense to play like this.
Can you tell me how many games it's going to take or how hard it is? I'm not a defensive coordinator. I don't even know what the answer is. But I would think that almost every defensive coordinator at that level, even college level, even high school level, maybe people in this chat, maybe one of you would be able to tell me when your problem is, because to me, it looks like one thing that's killing us more than anything else. When your problem is that the other team in all 4 games is capable of having their wide receiver go about 5 yards and cut across the field and run into complete openness and be wide open. And it's happening for 4 games in a row. That's the only route they have to run. You have a guy cut across the field wide open.
Drag route.
You're telling me if you talk a defensive coordinator, it's been 4 games now, there's not a strategy to stop that? Like everybody knows they're all doing it. Miami did it all games. Tyreek Hill, then it was Waddle when he got hurt, coming across the field. It's been killing us all year. There must be a scheme or a system or a play that you're supposed to call that stops that from working. Right?
There must be. I'm sure one day, maybe next year or the year after, Wilkes will find it. You just got to bear with him for another year or two, Chaos.
I mean, how about doing this? How about watching film of good defenses of a team that does that well, where it doesn't work? Like watch some film where you see the defense of another team defending those kind of passes, where it's not wide open in the middle of the field, where all you have to do is run across the field and you're wide open.
How
How
long has Steve Wilkes been in the NFL? He shouldn't need to watch film to know how to stop that.
He just doesn't seem to be able to do it. And some people are saying it's the players, but Michael Carter was like freaking top 10. Some people would say top 5, top 3, even, slot corner. So like, what's going on? Like we watch these same players be able to do it.
You know what? I don't want to go without saying tonight either. We talked about how we came back in some games already. We talked about how Monday night we came back. Dude, if Tyreek Hill did not get hurt last week, we would have lost by 30. Because exactly what you're saying, Chaos, he was just doing whatever he wanted against our defense. We had no answer. It wasn't even like our guys couldn't cover him. He was just sitting down in the holes, finding them like Johnny Boy over and over again. Ecstasy for him, just like Johnny Boy. Had he not gone down, we never would have came back in that game, if you ask me.
Right. No, yeah. I think it's a good point, because a lot of people said even with Tyreek Hill getting hurt, we still couldn't beat him.
Tough shit, man. I do want to.
I'm going to say it right now. If this continues all year long, if we're letting teams drop 30 on us all year long, Wilkes is getting that San Francisco treatment.
Yeah, agreed. And then we'll just bring Saleh back to coach the D, right?
He'll never come back.
I'm just kidding. Let me throw some defensive nuggets out there. It's not all bad, I will say. While some are underperforming, they're not bad per se. I want to throw this one out there. Sherwood has recorded the second most tackles among all defenders against the run this season. doing so without recording a single missed tackle. He has also recorded 18 run stops, tied with former Jet Demario Davis for the most in the NFL. I will say this catches me off guard because Sherwood, to me, disappears for entire quarters. Not that he's not doing anything, just like I'm used to him getting 10 tackles a game, and I feel like he hasn't gotten it once through four already. But I I yield to next gen stats here. Says that he, at least against the run, is doing his job. He's not allowing missed tackles either, which the rest of the defense cannot say. Um, just real quick, because I got a couple more thoughts on Sherwood's performance.
So I'm pretty sure I don't know the stat. I scrolled past it earlier. I should have saved it so I could have brought it up. I'm pretty sure he's top 10 in tackles right now in the league, and not 10th. So he's there, the one thing that's alarming about this is last year he led the league in tackles, but he also led the league in missed tackles last year. Well, you just said, at least against, against the run, he hasn't recorded a single missed tackle. So that is improvement, right? If we're going to give some silver lining and we're going to have a little optimism on this show, and I don't get to spew optimism very much on this show, maybe he's improved his missed tackles, right? Maybe he's worked on his game there a little bit, but it's not enough. This defense needs more. Losing Quincy hurt, I think. But hopefully Sherwood can hold it down.
Chaos, thoughts on Sherwood?
Yeah, look, the first time Sherwood ever came in, he came in for 4 plays once in relief of CJ, I don't know if his second year or whatever. And I was watching the game with Green Bean, and we noticed something. In the 4 plays, he made 3 great tackles. One of them for a loss, one of them at the line of scrimmage. And we knew right away, we said, oh, we got someone special. At least as a run stopper, we loved him. This is Green Bean's guy. Green Bean loved him and spoke to him when he was on the field once. And I couldn't be happier about Sherwood. That when we signed him, he was that guy that we developed. He's that guy you want to see him have his whole career in the Jets. It's not, it goes to what this points out to me is it's not that this is a terrible squad with no talent. There's holes. Again, we talked about what I think the biggest hole is. That if I'm playing the Jets, just have a receiver run across the field. It's just run, go about 5 yards and just cut across the field, and we'll just throw the ball to you, and you'll be wide open. Don't worry. If you take away all of that and stop that, I think there's been these moments where we've, the run stopping. There's been bad moments, but there's also been moments where we were fine stopping the run. We were doing it. The tackles, defensive tackles are playing well. The line, Sherwood, you see, is playing well, where we have the potential to stop the run, and prevent that. But man, it's really hard to stop another team. The 2 things that have killed me is the fact that we can't stop this one type of route and the untimely penalties. And I'm not saying it's a completely different defense or it's a solid defense, but I don't think the defense is nearly as terrible if you fix those 2 things. If you could find a way to make it harder for teams to just have a receiver run 5 yards across the field, and the penalties, man, the timely penalties, those killer 3rd down and long penalties, whether it's pass interference or holding or, the late hits, we've been killed by that. And a lot of the drives against us have happened after something like that when we should have been receiving a punt. So I think we have holes, and we need to bring more talent in. There's no question. We're probably going to be a lot of changes in our defense personnel wise over the next year or 2, but I do think there's enough talent to say it shouldn't be this bad.
I'm with you wholeheartedly. Sherwood, I don't think is the problem. Is he carrying the team on his back? And, no, not yet. But analytically, himself, not even top five problem. Let me go to another guy who got a scathing review in the Danger Zone last week for giving up like 13 receptions on 15 targets for like 300 yards and several touchdowns the first 3 weeks of the season. We spoke to James Woody last week about this guy. He must have been tuned in. He must have. I think he was subscriber number 489 or something, because he listened and he played better. Much like another guy who gets blasted here a lot, Michael Clemens. Michael Clemens had a good game last week. I'll give him that. But also, so did this guy, Brandon Stevens. He has allowed 8 receptions for 90 yards and a score in coverage since week 2, after being, oh my God, dreadful week 1. But if you see at the bottom here, in week 4, he allowed just 2 receptions for 19 yards on 4 targets. So let me lump Clemens in with that. Did either of you notice either guy? And thoughts on their performance in Monday night prime time after their first 3 weeks?
Show me more of it. Like Stevens, like I don't know. I'm not going to jump off the Brandon Stevens sucks train just yet. Like, show me more of it. Like, dude, I got a hot take riding on you, bro. Come on, show me more. Show me more of that 2 receptions for 19 yards. I'll take that every game. Is it that he played better, or is it that they were just doing other things to cook us? Like, were they just using drag routes all day with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle? I mean, so I don't know. Show me more. That's my response to that.
Yeah, and I week 1, man, he was hard to watch. It was painful. It was really painful. I'll tell you. I like AZ Thomas, and I feel like we're, as much as I didn't want to say it, and I wanted to call it retooling. We're rebuilding. There's 30. We have close to, I don't know. There's, what do we have? 25 to 30, maybe even 28 to 30 guys that are
1-year deals.
So, I mean, this is a rebuild. They're looking at everyone they want to keep, and they're going to get rid of everyone they don't want. This is a rebuild. Why are we not just using AZ Thomas and giving him the experience? Like, maybe that'll happen week 8, but I hope it's not a solid thing where it's week 16, we're 3-13 or whatever it is, 3-12, 14, and we're 3-10 or something, 3-11, and we're still not going to use this kid. Like why? At this point, you drafted him. I loved him as a prospect. I think he's looked fine in his limited samples. When are you going to just accept that this is what it is? It's a rebuild. If Stevens doesn't start replicating this good performance and slides back to what we were seeing the first few games, at what point do we just get to see the kid play? The kid that we drafted, the kid that could have went in the early first round and nobody would have blinked an eye. That's how good of a prospect he was. And we ended up getting him in the 3rd round, probably, even though it wasn't the position of need that anybody thought we needed. We took him because he was too good to pass up on, because he was such a good prospect. Okay, let's see him play, because he's looked nothing but good. Same with Malachi Moore. The defense is terrible. So just bring in these kids. And what's funny is, in their limited sample, and I agree that it's limited, they have had higher PFF scores than the people they're coming in for. So why can't we just play them? I don't understand.
Hey, you know what I think has kept Brandon Stevens in as long as it has is his run D, when the rest of the D as a total has been bad. But maybe I'm just an idiot, because listen to this hot take. You guys ready? The one, the only, Dom C. Yeah, the originator of Team Mendoza 2026, baby. Dom C chimes in. Hot take. Stevens has played far superior than the likes of MC2, which, come on, Adams and Cisco.
It's not a high bar.
Yeah, true.
It's not a high bar. And you know what? It's like Stevens played well. He didn't the first 3 games. I mean, he didn't. Also, I mean, not that he was so terrible, so terrible. I just think, who's the future, AZ Thomas or Stevens? Now, don't get me wrong. Stevens deserves to start next week against Dallas the way he played. I'm not arguing that. But if he goes back and he has another terrible game, why wouldn't you again? And this also adds to my argument of why aren't we seeing Malachi Moore instead of Adams? And why aren't we seeing AZ Thomas? And why not put Stevens instead of Cisco if Cisco keeps playing terrible? You know what I mean? And then bring the kid we signed. Where's the kid that we signed? Replace, instead of MC2, right? We signed the guy. We went out and we got that. We traded for that guy.
Brownlee Jr.
Brownlee. Yeah, where's Brownlee? Like, let's just go get the guy. Like we talked about accountability. I'm not saying just picking on Stevens. Let's get these guys off the field. Our defense can't get worse than it is. Let's get these other guys on the field and also show the rest of the team that you're going to be held accountable if you don't play well.
Murph, I want your thoughts on Dom's hot take, but I just want to throw out there that Brownlee Jr. has been banged up, but he is looking to start this Sunday. So maybe hopefully he's plugged into the danger zone and he's ready to ball.
Yeah. Hey, light a fire up under these guys' asses. If they don't want to play, if they don't want to lock in and play well, we're not afraid to replace you. That's the way I look at it. So, yeah, I'm all about it. Dom, I was going to say it's not a hot take because I was watching the games and I see it, but I'm going to say all 4 of those players need to be better.
Right. They're all right. It's just
even like Steven's like, yeah, you had a pretty solid game last game, but I don't know if that was just coincidence or what. I need to see better out of all those guys. And it's disappointing because I think all 4 of those guys are talented. You could argue that Stevens got a little overpaid, but he's got some talent. MC2, we know MC2's talented. I don't know what's up with him. Maybe he's struggling, coming back from injury, can't quite get back into the rhythm of things. I don't know. I don't know what the reason is. I don't know. It could be coaching, whatever. Adams and Cisco, talented dudes. They are. I'm not saying that they're, going to be all pro safeties or anything. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that they got talent to be good safeties. It's just, we got to get it together. They need to play better, and the coaching needs to get them in the right spots to perform.
Yeah, so, this is exactly what I want. When Tom C just put up there, that's exactly what I want to say. This is it. This is the lineup I want to say. What do we got to lose? It can't be worse.
It really can't. We are, I would imagine, going to segue to that methodology. I would imagine right after the bye week, depending on our record, but like after the bye, you're going to see a shit ton of Arian Smith, Mason Taylor, AZ Thomas, Malachi Moore. Like you can't defend keeping them benched much longer after that. But you guys are right. Like, the worse their incumbents play ahead of them, that could melt weeks off of that timetable. It really could, especially 0-4. You start looking at 0-5, 0-6, then why not? Like you said, maybe even now. I'm not going to argue that, but I do understand why they haven't yet. I think that they want to see the self-inflicted wounds go away first and then evaluate the team. They probably think that it's hard to gauge right now, but
you do have to give guys a chance. Like, you got to give Stevens, you got to give him more than 4 games. Let's be honest. Like, but dude, if we're 1-8 or something, what have you got to lose at that point? Like, you've seen enough games out of him at that point. Like, get the rook in. Why not?
We spoke Sherwood how he's played. You know, he's got some silver linings there. We've spoken Brandon Stevens. He's had at least a week 4 that was more promising than normal. Another guy I do want to highlight though, Sauce Gardner. Um, you know, he's got his detractors out there, but I just wanted to put this stat up there. Sauce Gardner has remained within 1 yard of his coverage matchup for 90 total seconds this season. Who is tracking that? Well, hey, next gen, not me. The most by any defender in the NFL. He has performed well on a per snap basis too. He's remained in tight coverage for 0.86 seconds on average, the most amount of time among defenders with at least blah, blah, blah. Since entering the league, 13 minutes and 44 seconds in tight coverage. Johnny boy, shout out. Trailing only Surtain 2 during that span, and that's only by like 30 seconds. It's crazy, man. They did not have these analytics when I was growing up. Any of us were growing up. Amazing. I will say, dude, he's in position to make plays. God, man, can you make some plays? Thoughts on that, though?
They got to throw. They got to throw his way, you know, for him to make plays. Teams know what to do against the Jets. Let's be honest. You know, either they exploit us when we're in zone by doing things like drag routes or whatever, or they just don't throw towards Sauce. You know, we don't have a good pass rush. 0 sacks last game, right? We got one guy that can get to the quarterback. If you double team him or do what you got to do against him, that's it. You know, well, I guess 2 guys if you count Quinnen. So they know how to exploit the Jets' defense, and Steve Wilkes has to figure something out as far as being able to cover that. If Sauce is going to play like this, at least have him shut down the top receiver on the other side. Have him shadow. I know we keep preaching it, everybody. I'm still on that boat, man. If nobody's going to throw his way, at least have them not throw his way whenever he's up against like the Jamar Chases and the CD Lambs of the world. You know what I mean? Like at least shut down the top receivers, because they're going to be the ones that whenever they catch the ball, they're going to make something happen with it too. So shut down the receiver, you know, rather than like one side of the field or whatever it may be. Anyway, Sauce is a stud. We all know it, but he can only do so much by himself.
Yeah, I mean, you might not be able to stop a guy like CD Lamb, but Sauce can hopefully contain him, right? And stop and make it can't just easily beat us. You know, only Revis stopped. But but yeah, I agree with Murph. I thought that's what we were gonna get. Like what I was excited about is we're finally gonna get to see Sauce play man, press, keep him, keep him literally locked into their best receiver, and there's a couple of things to improve with Sauce, but I think when we see the negative, everyone just wants to right away say he sucks, he's trash, and this is coming from such ignorance. It's coming from such an ignorant space because you're just pointing out to that one play. He got a PI. He sucks. There's an entire game going on. And when you're not hearing his name, it's because he's covering his guy really well. That's why you're not hearing his name called so often. So yeah, would I wish he was a better tackler? You know what I would wish better than what kind of tackler he is? I wish we weren't a team that needed our cornerback 1 to have to tackle running backs. That's what I wish, because I wish that our freaking team could do that. Like the guys, the defensive line, the linebackers, all the guys that you'd expect to be tackling the running back. I wish that was the case. And then, the little things to improve on. I always thought and would have liked to see him at the last second be able to turn towards the ball. And maybe in some of the times that they've played thrown deep against them, because I thought there have been a lot of opportunities where he could have gotten picks, where it's been underthrown. I think he's even been called for PI because the ball was underthrown. He didn't turn around. And then when the receiver came back in for it, boom, contact, flag. So I would love to see it if he could just turn around, because there were times where I felt that if he turned around, he wouldn't have been called for PI, and he would have had an opportunity to compete for the ball and get interceptions. That's the one thing I'd love to see in his game. But for the people who think he sucks or he's been bad, I just don't understand it. Like, that's not the problem with this team. Sauce Gardner is not the problem.
Facts, man.
I will. Hey, real quick, I will say I'm preaching this because every time I'm watching the games, man, I see it. I've been seeing it in game. Like, I don't even have to watch all 22 to be able to recognize it. Sauce has worked on his tackling, and that's all you can ask out of a guy. If you can improve one thing every year, you know what I mean. Like, that's all you can ask out of a guy. So maybe this year is his like, all right, I'm going to learn how to tackle year, and then maybe next year he figures out how to get his head around and get that pick. So that's all I wanted to point out. My bad. Tom, that bad.
No. You're okay. I just had to find the unmute button. Jeremy did mention press man, and let me just start this with, I think this is much lower than I thought it would be, and that might be crazy to say, but the Jets defense has played press man coverage on a league high 37% of dropbacks, the highest by any defense the past 5 years.
Wow.
When you think about it, though, 37%.
Is it working when we're doing that?
I don't think, but let me see. It doesn't really say. I think we had one last week, though, where even when doing so, we were yielding like top 5 yards per play in press man.
Wow.
So I'm pretty sure it wasn't working to the effect you thought it would, but I don't know, man. I feel like there's something we could do differently, whether it's just getting better, whether it's, with Sauce, I wish he could turn his head. Like, the PDs are great. I think they're awesome in between the hashes. But when your guy is going down the sideline, like Jeremy said, I want you turning your head, man, because those are the balls that can be picked. Over the middle, by all means, deflect them, bat them down. You know what? Bat them up. Bat them up, and your safety can catch a ball. How about that? But, if it's too much to ask him to turn his head every damn route, every damn play, at least do it on the boundary plays. I feel like that's not too much to ask. If you have exceptional timing, when a receiver starts going like this and you can slap it away, you know exactly when to do it by that. How hard is it to just do that and bat it with your head backwards, or catch it?
The thing is it's riskier. When you do that, you risk missing, You could, if you're just a split second off in your timing, or if when you turn your head around, you lose that half a step and that stride, and you know what I mean? It's riskier when you do that. So I don't know. I'm just not so hardcore about the getting your head around thing, because he's really good at what he does. And how often have we seen like a 3rd and 7 or something, and the team's like, all right, we're going to throw it to our stud receiver on a slant route because he's going to get it. That's our guy. And Sauce, like, he's on him, dude, and he just gets that arm around, boom, ball out, 4th down. That's like a pick. You know what I mean? Because they got a punt at that point. That's our possession. That's important to me. So that's just, I don't know. To me, I'm not so hardcore on the get your head around, get the picks thing. I want to see picks out of our safeties. I want to see, things like that. I don't know. But I'm proud of Sauce. He's been killing it, and he I'll be there in a second. Yeah, kid's poking me in the back. Anyway,
Daddy.
Yeah, so I'm proud of Sauce. He's improving. He improved his tackling. He's still a stud. He's sticking to the receivers. I'm not asking much more out of that guy. I'm asking more out of these other guys. Do what he's doing, or at least 75% of what he's doing, because MC2's not, Cisco's not, Adams is not. Nobody is really. So that's what I need.
Facts.
I'll be right back.
Murph, do your thing, Murph. What I will say is, like, man, if I did this stream on a Monday, I would have a totally different vibe. Thank God we're here on Fridays. I've kind of come down a little bit off my like fuel filled rage or so. I don't know the term I'm looking for though, but that was tough to watch, man. I do like the acquisition of Brownlee Jr. because I didn't break down all 22, but I did see a few plays that he's made and just his whole swagger and intensity. I feel like is our defense is dying for a personality like that. Please, by all means, get an intense, invigorated body in there that can just even if he isn't great, can you get life into the rest of them? Like
Yeah.
maybe it's green glasses, but like I am intrigued. Do you know any? I know you mentioned him earlier, Jeremy, but can you talk about Brownlee Jr. for a minute?
I mean, when they did the little clips of him and you read the little stats and everything, it was more like a locker room thing maybe, or, like he wasn't happy there, but it didn't seem to be an issue of talent. Like he had some things that he needed to work on though, that there were some criticisms of things. There's penalties that, for sure, but there's a lot of talent there and a lot of potential to develop him. So if Aaron Glenn truly can develop players, and after 4 games, I'm not going to definitively say he can't, but it is kind of like he was a secondary guy. So I don't know if because he hasn't been doing it and we've been disappointed in that, but theoretically he was supposed to be. And this is not a guy who's been to 5 different teams and keep getting kicked out. It may have been that he didn't gel with that staff. He didn't gel with that scheme, whatever it was, but there's talent there. And, certainly for a back, I don't know what happened to Carter the second. We shouldn't have even be having this conversation. It's so shocking, but he's hurt. And I'm glad that we picked this guy up, because if we didn't pick him up and now Carter's not playing, who would we have had? That special team safety playing, so I'm glad we have him. I don't want to set the expectation too high. He's a guy coming in for our injured player. Let him hold the fort. Let him just play okay, average. And we don't have the right to ask for any more than that. We really
Agreed.
don't. We should be happy if he can, because this is the guy we picked up for very little, for a very low cost. So we should not complain if he plays average. He doesn't have to be a star. Just play reasonably. Just play in an NFL level.
And I think he's going to get tested if he starts. If he comes in to Sunday, he's going to get tested because, I wanted to pull this stat because a lot of people keep saying, "Oh well, Ferguson's going to kill you guys. Ferguson's going to torch you." I just wanted to highlight this. Dak targets wide receivers 92% of the time this year. He is, so 9 times out of 10, he is looking for Pickens, Cooks, whoever. He's not looking for Ferguson. So before you guys think that the tight end will beat us, just focus on our corners versus their receivers, and that'll go a long way toward this game. It also says on the other side, Fields has targeted a receiver on just 76% of his dropbacks. So a lot of backs and tight ends from him. The 3rd lowest rate in the NFL. He's also scrambled on 14% and been sacked the 13th highest rate. We know those problems. All I'm trying to say is Dak specifically, he's going to be looking to target our corners. So maybe Brownlee can make an impact, whether it be bad or good.
Yeah. Look, he's going to be, he'll be important because they play zone a lot too. And he's going to have to play that role and that middle of the field and those cross patterns, right? So we're going to need him to play well. I don't see how he's going to come in and play worse than Michael Carter's been playing. It's not going to get worse. I promise you that. It will not get worse.
It's not.
I can guarantee.
It's not, and you're exactly right. They play zone. League high 91% of dropbacks. They're playing zone. Highest rate by any defense. 9 yards per attempt, though. So back to what we spoke about all show. Like, let's take some shots. And I don't mean the shots we're traditionally talking about on this show. I mean some shots downfield. 9 yards per attempt is no joke. You can't just come out and try running the ball 50 times if they're allowing 9 yards per attempt, not even per completion, per attempt. You have to go with their corners too. Please do. Would you agree with that, Jeremy?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Look, if you're looking for a way we could win this game, right? Obviously, the glaring thing, and it was the same thing against Miami, and by the way, we could have won that game without those freaking turnovers. The way to beat Dallas would be the same story that we've been talking about. Remember that first drive against Miami before the fumble when it looked like we were going to score a touchdown? That's what you have to do against Dallas. And guess what? They have a defense that allows it. We might look a little different because they're a little better against the run, I think, and their weakness is more going to be probably about remember how in the second half we used Mason Taylor? He kind of popped out of his shell a little bit. And I think that we might need to see a little of that against Dallas, like take advantage, right? Let him find seams in the zone, find some space, let Breece Hall do a little bit of that, dump offs, things like that. But whatever it is, we just have to could obviously hold on to the ball and eat up time of possession because that's what happens when you have a bad defense. It's always going to be the answer. You have to keep them off the field. You have to keep the other team's offense off the field. That's what it's going to be. But this time it has to come with no turnovers. I mean, this is the things we have to fix to win. Reduce the penalties and the self-destruction, obviously, right? That's the number one thing. But don't turn the ball over. Right? Do what we're doing, but don't turn the ball over. Actually score points instead. And then on the times that our defense does do the job, don't get called for a penalty and give them a first down. Like, when it's 3rd and 9 and you actually make the play and then you see a yellow flag because somebody did something stupid that didn't even help the play or a late hit on Dak. Got to get rid of that because the defense is not going to be good or great or whatever, but there's still going to be times where they manage to stop, where we manage to stop them. But don't let me see that flag. So if we could just, control the time of possession, score points, keep them off the field, and then in the times we're able to stop them, not blow it with some stupid penalty, maybe we can pull it off. For those who say we can't win the game, it's not even going to be close. I just want to point out that Vegas is almost never wrong. And for some weird reason, they're only favored by like 2 points over us.
Facts.
And Vegas is never that wrong. So if it was that easy and that guaranteed that we were going to get blown out, there's no way because Vegas does not make it that easy to win money.
Nope.
I use that. So I do. I look at that. When I see a close spread, there's a reason for it.
Yeah. And, Dak, they can be one-dimensional at times. Their pass, our run, it's going to be a battle. I just, man, Braylon being down bums me out. It really does. And it's not even that. It's more so the fact that we barely used him before he went down. Yeah. Like, I wanted us to establish the running game with multiple pronged attack. We have not. Now Isaiah Davis is going to have to be RB2. Is he going to have to kick return this week too, Jeremy? Is Nwangwu, is he going to start? We don't know. He's a game time decision with Jermaine. If Nwangwu is out and Jermaine is out, do you think it moves that line at all for you?
With Jermaine out, I mean, it's a huge needle mover because we have no depth at edge at all. It's just a terrible needle mover. The other thing that was disappointing to me, it's so funny because Green Bean called me stupid for saying it. I said more exciting than 15 sacks for Will McDonald would be if he suddenly really took a big step and was playing really well against the run. And he totally didn't understand what I meant. I didn't say that was more exciting than sacks in the play, in the moment. I said it would be more exciting for us as Jet fans, or it should be, for the development of the player and what it means for our team. Because if Will McDonald was suddenly a good run stopper, or better than average, with his ability to get to the quarterback, then we have an everyday down player, and we wouldn't have to see Clemens so much, right? And so with that issue of him, obviously the reason he's not in there so much is because he's not grown enough in that area, or those they're not seeing it, is the reason why Clemens is in there so much. And then when you have JJ out, we got a big problem.
Yeah.
A
They
really
actually they actually run to the left on their design runs over 60% of the time too. So who's going to be our right defensive end over the left tackle? I've seen Clemens there a bunch, Will McDonald there a bunch. Neither one good against the run. But we'll see. We'll see, man. Jermaine being back would be a massive boost to this defense. It's going to take until Sunday to find out for sure. He's tweeting that he's feeling good now. Is that a sign that he's going to play? We're going to have to, wait and see. But before we chop it up, I got some other news and nuggets. I want to just thank Jeremy for his time tonight, man. Great flowing Jet conversation, an hour and a half strong. If you're late joining us, please go back, check this out. Untapped, unplugged Jet conversation. Murph falling out of his chair, it looked like. Murph, I want to give you a second to sound off on how you thought Jeremy's stint this time in the Danger Zone was, and then Jeremy, give you a chance, and then I'll play you out to an intro that I have.
Okay.
Jeremy, hey buddy, it's always great to have you in here, man. We always have great conversation. We honestly, and it's funny because me and Dane, like, we didn't even, a lot of times, sometimes when we have guests, we'll have like a plan or pre-type out some questions to refer to and stuff. When you came on, we knew the conversation just flows. We talk ball and we get it done, man. And it's always great to have you on. We appreciate you coming in, and we always appreciate you coming in. And anytime you want to come back, buddy, you're always welcome. I
appreciate that. And look, more than any channel I've ever participated in, the discourse, and it's not just three people agreeing with everything, and yet I feel so comfortable with it that we could disagree on things and we have different opinions of it, but it doesn't affect the way we interact and respect each other, and respect each other's takes, and and see the how each other sees things differently and respects that, and even and learns from it to even maybe change our own opinions a little bit, right? I love that about this show. I love that. I love the way the way we interact, and it's honest. None of us are pressured to go along with the others. We all speak, from what we feel.
Different, we bring different things to the table. That's why I like being with Murph, man. He brings different perspectives. You do as well, man. We're all three out of market now. We gel well. And I agree with that, man. If you're watching this, check out the video description down below. You'll see Chaos's YouTube and his Twitter account. Please show him some love. Following him on both platforms doesn't mean you have to, refresh his page every 2 seconds, but it does mean that you like what he's doing and you support him continuing to do it, which I think is big. When you like people you see, hey, give them a pat on the back via follow, via subscribe. Jeremy, we held you a long time tonight. I appreciate you sticking around while we got through some of these next gen stats, man. If you can leave your computer on, I can play this clip after you leave, but that's up to you. But dude, have a good night, man. Appreciate you joining the Danger Zone.
All right. Sounds great. Thanks so much for having me, guys. And by the way, anytime.
All right.
Thanks for coming on, Jeremy. Appreciate you, buddy. Muted.
You know what? That intro's gone with him.
The intro's gone.
He
Okay.
had to go. He closed out. Hey, that's fine, man.
Yep.
Kind words on his exit. Always kind words from us toward him, man. He's been doing this a long time. He's one of the first guys I stumbled across. I think Tigo was one of the first I've stumbled across. Matt, Jeremy, and then I branched out to others. But yeah, it's been several years. He's gotten a nice little plat. Now he's shrinking heads, man. So we need to get him on here one night to shrink ours as a Jet fan. What do you think of that?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how big my head is as a Jets fan right now, anyway. But yeah, Jeremy, one of the OGs, man. And Jeremy is somebody too. And I don't want to get on here and gargle all night, but there's a lot of like people that I've met and like content creators that have gotten their start. Like they were on Jeremy's show early, like Gunny and stuff. Like, you know, I may not know who Gunny is, and Gunny's a great dude. You know, like I may not know who Gunny is if it wasn't for Jeremy. So like, that's one thing about him. He'll get on there and talk with anybody. You know, there's no too big or too small, nothing with that with Jeremy. So yeah, this is a great conversation tonight. We had a lot of great back and forth. No pre-planned anything. Like you just threw some statistics at us, and we were
Nope.
cooking. That was it.
Dude, and I like that. I did that last week, and Woody really liked it. You liked it. I did it again. You know, it's a lot. It's actually easier for me as a producer to have those ready. You know, if I have to whiz or grab a brew, I can throw that up and let you guys chop it up, man. Appreciate you, Murph. IPA lot. Um, I need a shirt that says that. IPA lot. Anyways, um, I have a couple more. You know what? I did throw the call in link in if you guys want to get in on the conversation. Yeah, Chaos is an incubator. He's got that. He's a branch on the green bean content tree, as I like to call it, a high one. And there's many more underneath him. Frankie from Flatbush back in the fold. Just all kinds of
Good to see.
people,
Yeah.
good commentators on these Jets, and we just need to play, man. To play to back it up. I can't imagine what these guys will be like when we're actually
We deserve
winning,
it.
enjoying our lives. Like,
Like
oh
I
man,
seriously like we deserve it. All these guys that put in the work on their channels and stuff like that, and you know, and to be fair, it's fun. Like that's the biggest reason I do this. Like it's something I enjoy doing. I like getting in here and BSing with you, BSing with Jeremy, Scott, Johnny Boy, everybody in the
chat.
chat, Snowball, Infrared, you know, everybody. Um, that's the biggest reason. But like if they gave us something to cheer for, man, like it'd be so much more, you know. It just, but you know, either way, I still enjoy doing this.
It would,
Also,
man.
guys, if you see me randomly cussing or anything, I got the WVU game on tonight, hence the
I,
fit.
dude, I've
Um,
meant to mention it 10 times, dude. That is slick, man. I'm not a
yeah,
big yellow guy, but that hat I would wear for sure.
yeah. There's no yellow in the hat.
Yeah.
That's why I got it. The shirt now, that's yeah. But normally I get blue shirts or whatever for WVU. But when I saw this hat, I was like, ooh, black and gray and silver. Shit.
Tough, man. Well, like I said, I do have a few more nuggets, but I don't know. I think this guy is chomping at the bit. So, what do you
But
think, Murph? Caller number one
bring them
into
out.
the
Bring them out.
yes, dude. Danger Zone faithful. Appreciate him. Appreciate his content from one content provider, Jet Chaos, to another goaded one. Without further ado, the one, the only, and I'm sure the chat knows by now, Charles Gorman.
Hello, everybody. Oh man, what a year has been so far, huh? What a rough one.
Not our first, huh, Charles?
When will it end? When will it end? When will it end? Probably never. No, I'm just kidding. But anyways, hope you guys are doing okay. You're watching the West Virginia football game right now, Danger Zone. I mean, Daniel. Fuck.
Yeah, yeah. It just started at 10:30.
Oh, really? Holy crap!
Playing BYU. We're gonna get smacked. We're
BYU.
already down 7-0.
Yeah, they'll still probably have a chance. Anyways, I wanted to make this. Our defense, obviously, they have to play better. They got to force turnovers. I mean, I know Sauce has been playing his ass off his entire career. He's somewhat improved his tackling, but he needs to do a better job in forcing takeaways. He struggled with that since his rookie year. Even though his first 2 years he was first team All Pro, and that's kind of been my own issue with Sauce Gardner, other than his inconsistency with tackling. We know he could cover. He can blanket a receiver, but he needs to do a better job in forcing turnovers. That has been my biggest issue with Sauce. He played great week 1 despite our other defensive backs slipping, falling, dropping interceptions. I'm still disgusted how badly Michael Carter II has fallen off. Brandon Stevens, supposedly he had a good week 3 versus the Buccaneers, but his first 2 weeks he was dog shit.
Charles, before we get too deep into the other players, I just wanted to ask you like a preference question. Would you prefer if Sauce if he got a pick here and there, let's say he gets like 3 picks a year or something, like respectable, but he also gives up a few more big plays a year because he's trying to turn his head
You mean
around.
do what Trayvon Diggs did in 2021?
Are you willing to make that trade-off?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying to me. I'm not saying he should do what Trayvon Diggs did in 2021, where he had 11 interceptions. He had give up over 1,000. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I would like for him to not only be great with his coverage, but also do a better job enforcing turnovers. That's what I'm saying. Like what made Revis so good, like to me, his best year in terms of forcing turnovers with the Jets when he came back with the Jets, other than his 2009 season, was 2015, where he had 5 picks and 4 fumble recoveries. That's like 9 takeaways committed by Darrelle Revis that year. That is what I'm saying. Now, obviously, I still think Sauce is tremendously talented. I do think there are times the refs like to target him because, the Jets have been bad for so long. The refs missed some 2 or 3, if not 4, egregious calls against the Jets on Monday night, which made me want to fucking rip my hair out. I'll never forget one of the Jets off Joe Tipman got his helmet taken off, and the refs don't call it. Justin Fields gets hit, laid out of bounds. The refs don't call that. Jeremy Ruckert falls down, gives himself up, and one of the Dolphins players take a team shot at him. What the hell? And the refs don't call that. What the fuck? But with that being said, we can't just blame that game on the refs. I mean, yes, the refs were not that great on Monday night, but the Jets hurt themselves with the penalties, the fumbles, them making freaking Brandon Allen return a kickoff, which was stupid as shit. Isaiah Williams, what the fuck happened? This guy was supposed to be better than Xavier Gibson, and he absolutely embarrassed himself Monday night.
More than once.
Yeah.
I'm saying embarrassed himself. I didn't say multiple times. I said he embarrassed himself completely Monday night.
He did though. I mean, the fumble was ridiculous, and then who the fuck fair catches it at the 2-yard line when there's not even a defender in their face to fair catch it? Instead, you have the space, and you don't just let it go into the end zone. What the hell? 101, bro.
And he could have when he fumbled, he could have let the ball bounce out of bounds, and we would have got the ball at the 40.
Yeah, bro.
I mean, this team. Look, I'm not. I know there's a lot of Jets fans that want Aaron Glenn gone, but I talked with my father after the game. I'm not comparing him to Aaron Glenn's idol, but Bill Parcells' first year with the Giants was abysmal. He almost got fired. And of course, he ended up being the legendary coach that we all know and love today, but that's besides the point. But I'm not saying he's going to be the next Parcells. Don't get that twisted.
Right.
I still think we got to give Aaron Glenn a chance. I know a lot of Jets fans are impatient. They're tired of losing. I understand that it's not just losing in general, it's how we've been losing. The turnovers, the incompetence, the lack of accountability and responsibility. That shit pissed me off. And I said that when I uploaded that video after the game. If you remember that video I uploaded after the game, I was like, the losing is one thing. I can handle losing, but it's how you lose it pissing us fans off. That's what's disgusting us. And that shit needs to stop. Aaron Glenn was brought over. He wanted, if there's one thing I do respect about Aaron Glenn, it's that he wanted this fucking job. He didn't take the Saints job. He didn't take the Bears job. He took the fucking Jets job. He wanted this job. Name me another head coach at the time that was looking for a head coach that wanted the Jets job. Name me one guy. Other than Rex Ryan. Other than that guy. Other than Rex Ryan.
An actual candidate, right?
Like an actual candidate. Rex Ryan, and I could do a video on Rex Ryan on my channel another day, but that's a different story for another time. But other than Rex Ryan, what other head coaching candidate entering the 2025 season wanted the fucking Jets job? I'll tell you the answer. Nobody. Nobody wanted that fucking shit.
Right.
Aaron Glenn started off his career with the Jets as a player and was a very good player. One of the best cover corners in Jets history.
Preach.
Was a very good return specialist. He was a good football player. Solid one, very intelligent, all that shit. Fortunately, I didn't see him play, but my dad said, yeah, he was a good player. Played a long time. So for Aaron Glenn to say out loud, no bullshit, no smirking, no laugh, no sarcastic tone, that he wanted the fucking Jets job, makes me know that he cares about this fan base. Even though there's a lot of us Jet fans that want his head on a fucking pike, which I think is a ridiculous. But listen, I get it. Losing sucks. We only had one winning season in the last 10 plus years, was back in 2015 when Ryan Fitzpatrick played well most of the year till he shat the bed the final game of the season. But other than that, we have been dog shit. And I understand that. But it's not just the losing, it's how we're losing.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he doesn't deserve any criticism. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to be criticized or anything like it doesn't deserve hey, you need to step it the hell up. That I'm not denying. But I think a lot of these Jet fans have been way too impatient. Like they expected look, I will admit I have myself to blame. I consider myself to blame for wanting this team to make the playoffs without I was blinded. So I'm raising my hand, saying I'm sorry, I fucked up.
Hey, having hope is not fucking up.
No, I know that, but sometimes I was a bit too optimistic where I should have. Look, I'm not saying I shouldn't have hope. I'm not saying fans shouldn't have hope. Without hope, we don't go anywhere in life. But there were times I think I was being a bit too optimistic, or should I say being a bit blindly optimistic, where the faults of the team were right in front of my face. We don't have a legitimate 2 or 3 wide receiver. We don't utilize our tight ends enough. We don't utilize their running. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me defend you a little bit, because I think you are a lot like some of us, where when you are optimistic, you're not thinking certain players are going to perform above their means in order for us to be good. I think you are a lot like us, where it's just like, if our good players could play to their ceiling, I mean, hell, they're not old enough to be over their peak. All we're asking is Quinnen and Garrett and Brees to perform to their ceiling. They could carry this team alone. Sauce, like you just we all hoped and we expected to see better coaching result in our core players at minimum hitting their peak of past. Is that more accurate than saying you were trying to propel guys who've never played well to go above and beyond?
I say a little bit of both. A little bit of both. Look, I'm not saying Josh Reynolds and Tyler Johnson are bad players, but they need to get more involved. They need to step. They need to have that next man up mentality. And Tyler Johnson, I'll never forget against the Buccaneers. Tyrod throws a beautiful pass and he drops it. I'm like, what the hell? And by the way, no disrespect to Justin Fields. I wanted Tyrod to be the starter this season. I made a video about that, or a live stream.
At Charles Gorman 5188 for those. Good.
I wanted him to be the starter because he's had more. I'm not saying Justin. I know Justin Fields' record as a starter is abysmal, but he is talented and he has shown flashes of brilliance. Granted, he needs to be much more consistent. But Tyrod, even though he never, as he was on the Baltimore Ravens team in 2012 when they won the whole thing, but he wasn't the starter. When he was in Buffalo, I know, boo, fuck Buffalo, screw them. He played well for Buffalo. 2015, 2016, and 2017, he ended their playoff drought. He played most of the year and played his ass off. Then after that, he goes to Cleveland, plays pretty respectively for them, and of course, he gets concussed against us. Baker Mayfield comes in, and the rest is history. But my point to you, Tyrod can play. He's got talent. He can throw the ball. I know his biggest criticism that he doesn't take too many chances, that he doesn't take enough chances. He's great at minimalizing turnovers. He has excellent mobility in the pocket. He can throw the ball well. He's got an excellent arm. He's a great teammate. We all know this shit. But to me, my surprise was that my issue with Tyrod, more so than excuse me, I'm sorry. Other than his ability to not being able to take more chances in the passing game, but his durability. He's been injured a lot throughout his starting career, too. And
do you think he could be the franchise quarterback of the future?
oh, stop it. He's 30 plus years of age. No, but I know Johnny Boy said in the chat, fuck that. I'm fine. It's not that I'm anti Justin Fields. I am not saying we should replace him with Tyrod Taylor for next Sunday. Don't get that twisted. But I wanted him before we got Justin Fields. Like, this was before the Jets signed Justin Fields. I said, and even the young man, Connor Long, throughout last year, down the stretch, he wanted Tyrod to be the starter this year. But, I think Justin Fields has sucked this year? No. Has he been the reason we've been losing? No. Has he had his faults? Yes. I thought he played his ass off for the most part Monday night. Granted, the offensive line, while they did better in pass protection than against Tampa Bay, I still think Tanner Rankshad, who I so far don't think is a bad offensive coordinator, but someone needs to get in his fucking ear and say, get Brees Hall involved, get these guys involved in the passing game more, get Mason Taylor involved, get these guys involved in the passing. Mason Taylor, I know a lot of Jet fans didn't want him, but he's been pretty damn good for us so far, especially on Monday night. Yes, we know the Dolphins' defense sucks, but he's a good player. He's very talented. He's got a good pair of hands. Made some incredible catches last night. He's a very good route runner. He somewhat reminds me of a fan favorite defensive end, tight end we used to have. Dustin Keller, does that ring any bells?
Definitely does.
He's a good player. I mean, I know he needs to improve on his
Boilermaker.
blocking, but he's a good football player. I mean, after all, he is the son of two Hall of Fame. He is the son and nephew of two Hall of Famers. And what is that?
Charles, what do you think of this stat here? Who is leading the NFL in rushes of 15 plus miles per hour with 18? Does that say Tyrod?
I know it says Justin Fields. Justin Fields, he's got fucking Michael Vick type shit. I mean, that 4th and 1, 43-yard touchdown run on 4th and 1 was Michael Vick-esque. And I said that in the video. And I was texting Purple Belt Mike, shout out to him. I said, did you see that shit? That was Michael Vick-esque.
What you were saying, Charles, is that in a year that's a bridge year, right? Because it's a new regime. There's a lot of things changing, schemes are being implemented, things like that. Why not just start Tyrod, who's been, like a rock solid bridge type quarterback all his life, like, all his career for the most part. Why not start him? So I get what you're saying. Like, why not start him and try to draft and see if you can move up and draft a Jackson Dart or something like that? I saw you say that in the chat earlier. I get that. I get that thought. I was behind you on that. When we signed Justin Fields, I was like, is it that much better than Tyrod? Maybe a little bit, but
I mean, with all due respect, he did go 4-2 as a starter, and in Pittsburgh, even I said with the Steelers last year.
I know,
but he did play great week 1. Justin Fields for us.
Yeah, he did. He did. It's glimmers, man. I just think that they need to let him rip it more. I don't know. Is it him? Is it the lack of receivers? Is it the scheme? It doesn't appear to be the scheme, but like, is it the game plan? For whatever reason, when it's 3rd down, 2 out of every 3 times on 3rd down, he throws it for less than the yards we need. That's not cool.
I think I do agree he tends to be a bit more conservative in that regard. I'm not saying Justin Fields doesn't have faults in his game. That's not what I'm saying. I've known he's had faults in his game. But with all due respect, when he was with Chicago, offensive line was ass. When he was in Pittsburgh, the offensive line wasn't that great. Even though they're somehow playing well for fucking Aaron Rodgers. Even though our offensive line hasn't been too bad this year, especially in run blocking. Our run blocking has been superb. They need to be a bit more consistent in terms of pass protection. I do like Fashanu. I do like Simpson. Myers has been okay. Tippman has been good. And Membu. Fucking Membu's a dog, bro. He destroyed J.J. Watt week 1. Now, did I say J.J. Watt? God damn it, I meant T.J. Watt. But you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Dane, if you're talking about Fields, yes, he can. He has the ability. He just didn't have the.
Well, Scott, why are we surprised? What we were talking about is him throwing short.
I don't suffer from. He says I suffer from Rodgers derangement syndrome. I do not hate Aaron Rodgers. I've been an Aaron. He wasn't. I mean, I'm not saying he was the problem for a shitty season last year, but he wasn't always that consistent. There were times where he didn't pass the eye test at times. I mean, as the Aaron Rodgers fan that I was growing up when he was on Green Bay, and he's putting up good numbers, especially with freaking DK Metcalf. But Obviously, he's doing it with a different offensive coordinator in Arthur Smith. But
I
you
mean,
know, Aaron. So go ahead.
Fields only has a bad record for the Jets in 1 month of the season, so that's got to be promising, right?
Nah, that's not good either way. And according to Johnny Boy, Rogers sucks giant golf balls through a hose.
Oh man, that's tough, man.
Rough.
Yeah,
Isn't he
rough and
win?
tough.
Doesn't he have a winning season with the Steelers right now?
I guess
I
I
think
know
he does.
Johnny Boy's pissed, but he hates
Charles,
everyone that's on a jet. So what else
let
is
me.
new?
I wanna get your thoughts because I do got to step away for a brief second. I want to know, like, we haven't talked enough Cowboys tonight. Do you have thoughts on the Cowboys and maybe how we match up with them?
Dak Prescott's a good player. I never really had much. Excuse me, bad fucking sign shit, allergies and shit. I never really had much of a problem with Dak Prescott as a player. The reason why, especially the Dallas Cowboy fans, give him so much shit, which they also did to Tony Romo, who was a talented player for that team, because they haven't been returned to never mind the Super Bowl, they haven't returned to the NFC title game since '95 with Troy Aikman. And he could play Dak Prescott. I've always felt he could play. I mean, and even though I know Brian Schottenheimer, a former offensive coordinator, is the head coach. He's done a great job with the offense since he was the offensive coordinator under Mike McCarthy. Even though he didn't call the plays, Dak Prescott flourished under his system, and this fucking year, he's playing like a goddamn MVP. His only shit performance was against the Bears. Obviously, their defense is abysmal. Matt Eberflus sucks. I never was a big fan of his. He sucked as the head coach of Chicago, and he sucks as the head defensive coordinator of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Yes, I know they don't have Micah Parsons, but guess what? Micah Parsons didn't really do shit for the Green Bay Packers when they went up against Dallas on Sunday Night Football last week, when fucking Dak Prescott, along with Jordan Love, almost fucked up his name, put up 40 points each.
Yeah. Hey, so yeah, Cowboys, I think, and maybe the most recent game might have skewed that, but I'm pretty sure they were the #1 offense in the NFL and the worst.
That's what I said. That's what I said in the chat.
Yeah, at the same time consecutively, which is wild. But Dak has been doing that since he's been in the league. Like, he may not be a top 5 quarterback, but the dude is solid. He's rock solid. He's a good quarterback, and
He's very talented.
Somebody who hasn't seen good quarterbacking, I would love to have a Dak Prescott type of guy. Maybe you won't win it all with him, but at this point, I'd just like to win a friggin' AFC East title.
Hey, at least he beat Tom Brady in the playoffs.
Did he?
Yeah, in 2022. He beat him in the playoffs.
With when Tom Brady was the Bucks?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, I mean, you can. I mean, I've seen him go toe-to-toe with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Like,
that playoff game was insane.
That was a crazy game.
It took a fucking great throw to Jared Cook to win the fucking game.
Yeah.
It was insane.
It wasn't Dak Prescott's fault that they lost that game. That's for sure.
Damn straight. But as I was saying, Dak Prescott can play. The problem is the organization he's playing for, led by cough cough, that piece of shit, Jerry Jones. You can tell I fucking hate that motherfucker. Believe me, I fucking do. Dallas Cowboy fans have been miserable for a long time, and a lot of them, from what I've seen and heard, are very fucking toxic assholes. And guy's a good player. You don't always need to be a Hall of Famer to be a successful quarterback in the National Football League. Sometimes it takes to be great, you got to be good. May not be great enough, but sometimes that's what it takes. You know, but with that being said, are we going to keep Murphh until we reach 500? Why the fuck not? I mean, how many subscribers do you have? 493?
498.
Fuck yeah, keep him off until you reach 5,000. I'm just kidding.
Two more, baby. Two more. Charles, you're helping,
Congratulations.
brother. You are.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, though, Dana. You deserved it. Do I kiss my mother with that mouth?
Hey, we're getting him loosened up, and he just uses the verbiage he feels comfortable with.
Hey,
Yes, I
Charles
kiss
is
my mother, and
passionate.
unfortunately, it is with that dirty mouth. I do love my
Passionate
mother.
as hell.
Charles is
Yeah.
passionate, and I respect that.
I like Jerry Jones, and I respect for that old fuck. Good for you, Johnny. I don't.
Who has
Johnny
more
respects him for other reasons.
Oh, yeah. Wink, wink. We know.
Here's a real hard hitting question, Charles. Who looks worse, Jerry Jones,
Oh, Woody Johnson?
Montgomery Burns, or Woody Johnson?
Who's Montgomery Burns?
Is that the Simpson character?
Oh, Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Oh, I remember that dude.
Who
Woody
knows his
Johnson.
first name? Dane.
Who
I know.
looks
Montgomery.
worse?
Like, who the fuck is he? I know Burns from The Simpsons, but I never knew his name was Montgomery. Mr. Burns is an evil asshole. Unfortunately for Mr. Woody Johnson, Jerry Jones has 3 Super Bowl rings, which he could have had more if he kept with Jimmy Johnson, but that's a different story for another time. But Jerry Jones, yeah, he is an ass. But Woody Johnson has not been a really great owner since he's owned the Jets in 2000, 2001. But it is what it is. Rich asked me who's my favorite Jet of all time. I think I've answered this question like numerous times. It's Darrelle Revis. Yes, I know he won a fucking Super Bowl with the fucking Patriots. I don't care. He's a Jets legend. Played most of his career with the Jets. Left a lot of ass for the Jets, with and for the Jets. And it wasn't his fault that he played for the Patriots. Blame the fucking Jets, dude. When they traded him to the Bucs in 2013, I imagine myself turning into the Hulk and going on a rampage. Because I was like, the dude is trying to recover from an ACL, and you treat him like he's a jag. Get the fuck out of here.
Don't rip off the beaters, man. We love them. If you do go Hulk, just take it off and lay it on the, as Snowball says, on the Gorman twin bed.
Listen, man.
Plead the fifth.
No twins were harmed in the making of that bed yet.
But yeah, I know a lot of Jet fans give him shit for Green, but the thing is, look, I hate the Patriots. I hate Boston teams from Massachusetts. The Red Sox, most of all, which thank my Yankees for taking them out of the fucking playoffs. Thank you, Schlickler. Hope I didn't butcher his fucking name. But I hate the Patriots. I hate the Celtics. I hate the Bruins. What other fucking Boston team is out there? I don't know. But anyways, I hate teams from Massachusetts. The problem is the Patriots, I rooted for Revis that year when he was on New England. Not Brady, not Gronk, not the Patriots, Revis. Because I wanted him as a Revis, not a fan. Well, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to be a fanboy. As a big-time Revis fan, I wanted him to win a championship. I want him because, to me, he's an all-time great player. He's one of the best of all time. I want him to come away with a championship. So when they went him against the Seahawks, and I was in college, I was asked, who are you rooting for? I said, Darrelle Revis, and some asshole goes, oh, you're rooting for the Patriots? I said, no. I'm rooting for the player, not the team. Fuck New England. I'm rooting for Revis, and he ended up playing great that game. Despite giving up his only catch that he gave up was a touchdown to Doug Baldwin. And the Patriots won that game. Granted, it was due to freaking Russell Wilson throwing a pass doing a pass, and it was intercepted by Malcolm Butler. Oh my God, Johnny Moore, he's gonna break my balls for calling me a Patriots fan. Look, unfortunately, I didn't see Vinny T nor Wayne Corbett play on the Jets. And if I answer this question, he's going to call me a Patriots fan, which is not true. Because Johnny,
Good.
I saw Brady and Wes Welker play together. They were a great chemistry. But
Do you like or dislike the Patriots' inclusion of Julian Edelman into the Patriots Hall of Fame, Charles?
I mean, he deserves it. He was a good player for them. Fuck the fact that he was a Patriot. But I think Wes Welker was a better player than him. I liked him better because he was. I liked him because he was a small guy. He wasn't a big guy like freaking Calvin Johnson, who was like monstrous. He was. Plus, he idolized Wayne Corbett, Wes Welker. He said Wes Welker was a great player. I mean, Wes Welker said Wayne Corbett was a great player. He was a small, like Wes Welker. Wayne Corbett was a small dude, had a very solid pair of hands, and was a tough son of a bitch. Unfortunately for Wayne Corbett, he's not in the Hall of Fame. He had too many concussions.
But he's Wayne Corbett remains in our hearts as Jet fans because that was a dude.
Well,
that-
absolutely. That I respect
Yeah.
Wayne Corbett's legacy. He's
Yeah.
one of the greatest undrafted free agents in NFL history.
But part of the problem is if you're not winning, if you're not winning Super Bowls, things like that, you don't get the type of recognition. If Wayne Corbett, if we were winning, if we went to a couple AFC championships, won some AFC East titles and stuff, maybe even won a Super Bowl with Wayne Corbett, he probably would be considered in that talk. But it is.
Well, he was. He was on the 98 team. He was on the 2002 team.
But that's it. I mean,
And I think he played on 2004 as well, when the Jets made the playoffs. He was a great Bronco. He scored a career best 10 touchdowns in 2013 with Peyton Manning. But-
Charles, let's segue. I want to ask you this. Which team on paper right here has the advantage? Meanwhile, the team on the right is at home.
Both of them commit way too many fucking penalties. Their turnover
Jesus.
ratio. The Jets have yet to get a turnover. Dallas is -4. Jets is -7. The Cowboys have a better average of victory. Dallas has a better record in close games this year. Their point differential is better than the Jets, and their points per game is better than the Jets. I think we can compete, but it all depends on one thing. Our offense being more consistent. Our offensive line being more consistent in pass protection, and our defense finally getting some turnovers, which I can see our offensive line getting better in pass protection than our defense getting a turnover at this point, because they can pass protect. It's not like they can't freaking pass protect.
Do we have a turnover?
No, we don't.
Nothing. Not a fumble recovery or a pick. Wow.
We forced fumbles. We forced a few, didn't recover a single one. Have yet to get an interception.
That hurts.
Yeah, we're the only team that hasn't
Stings
recorded a takeaway.
I mean,
Wow.
I don't know if we have a turnover on downs, but that doesn't count. I'm sorry.
No,
it
we
doesn't count.
don't. Doesn't count at all. No.
I want takeaways, baby. Takeaways.
No, I do agree with Mackel one. O-line is fine. Our O-line has been pretty damn respectable this year. I like our offensive line. I wish, though, I do like, what's his name? The guy we got from the Texans last year, Andrew Beck. But he needs to be utilized more in the passing game. He needs to get involved because he can do
We
his
haven't
thing.
seen him a lot. Not like I thought we would.
Exactly my point. That's been my concern with the offense the most. But our freaking defense, I mean, I was one of those Jets fans that wanted Steve Wilkes to be our defensive coordinator. And he has been a major disappointment. Scott Foster says a blocked field goal counts as a turnover? Really? I didn't know about that.
I guess because that's the last play for that team. Is that a turnover? I don't know.
It was on special teams, but
Charles, what are your thoughts on us having one of our better weeks of practice so far this year?
at this fucking point, I'll be like Allen Iverson. Fuck practice, just execute on game day.
That's yeah. What are we doing
My
with
dad would say,
with this
my
practice shit?
dad was probably a bigger basketball fan than me and
Great answer.
than you guys, but Allen Iverson hated fucking practice, but he was great on game day. So you guys want? I remember there's a video. I think it's still on YouTube where he would talk about where he would tell the media, and all you guys want to talk about is practice.
We're talking about not a game. We talking about practice.
One of the funniest press. Unfortunately, when I was a young kid, the only sport that I was somewhat interested in watching was Major League Baseball, which is still my favorite professional sport of all time. Sorry, everybody. I know this is an NFL football show, but it is what it is. I don't know. I see with the thumbs down. That's what the Yankees did for celebrations in 2017 because when they would play, there was a series where they played at Citi Field, and whenever the Yankees got a base hit, the fans would go thumbs down. So they said, let's use that as a troll of celebration. So we go, yeah, thumbs down. That was pretty freaking hilarious. That I'm not gonna lie. But don't get me wrong, practice matters. But you can have a great practice, but if you don't execute on game day, what the hell? Like I'll never forget when the Bears had Mark Trestman as their coach. Say we would do great in practice. Yet come game day, there would be pile of ass on the football field. So, yes, Johnny boy, I know you hate the Mets, but you're a Mets fan. And I don't blame you for saying you hate the Mets because they broke your damn heart so many damn times. But I do get what you're saying.
I do have a hard-hitting question for you that may or may not appear again in the future.
Go ahead.
Thoughts on Sean P. Diddy Combs getting sentenced to 4 years and 2 months in prison?
I'm not a fan of Diddy Combs. Never was, never will be. Even before even before he got arrested.
Too much? Not enough?
For him to have a shitload of baby oil. God damn. He must have a fetish. Some type of addiction to that shit. But with that being said, I never really cared about the guy. I know he did a few movies. I know he was in the movie, which I have yet to see, which I've seen good parts of, with Kevin Costner, Draft Day, where he played Arian Foster's agent. But I never really gave a fuck about the guy. Even before he got arrested. Never gave a shit about him.
Yeah. If you ask me, it's about 1/10 of what he should have got, but I'll take it.
It is what it is, man. Of course, Johnny Boy saying he didn't do it. He didn't do it, man. He didn't do it.
Of course he is, Johnny.
Godfather, did you teach him how to do the Russian trombone? Maybe not.
Johnny's like, I've had half that amount of oil, and I didn't do anything wrong.
Johnny, if Johnny had that shit type of fucking that amount of oil, we know he would do it that motherfucker.
Okay, final answer, Charles, before we let you go.
Give me a final question.
Yeah, final score prediction. Cowboys at Jets. Cowboys have never won in MetLife. Got to be what, like 0-2 now?
In MetLife.
Not in MetLife, against the Jets.
That's true, yeah.
Maybe 0-1.
Fuck. If the Jet defense somewhat performs respectively, I'd say the Jets have a shot at winning. But considering how bad this Jet defense has been, if the Jet defense doesn't show an ounce of competence on Sunday, it's going to be a disgraceful. It's going to be another embarrassing game. With that being said, personally, if things go bad, I can see the Cowboys winning 100-3.
If things go bad, if Charles, what's gonna happen?
Personally, I want the Jets to win, obviously, but honestly, I can see this being a high-scoring game. I'd say 34-27.
Who?
Jets.
You heard it here, folks. At Charles Gorman 5188 on YouTube. Check him out. I posted his post-game Monday Night Football rant in the chat. You can click that, check that out. Charles, always a pleasure having you, man.
God bless you guys.
See you next week.
I would love to. Also, Daniel, I know you're more of a football fan. I get it, but I always have a great baseball. Will always have a higher place in my heart. Wish you luck on your West Virginia. What is it? What's Volunteers? No, that's Tennessee. The West Virginia Bears. Mountaineers. Okay.
You had
Mountaineers.
the ears right. You had the ears right.
Ears.
Wish you luck. Hopefully BYU doesn't destroy your team. Have a great day, everybody.
Hey, later, Charles.
Dude, Charles, appreciate you, man. What a guy. What a guy.
What a guy. He's the man. With that being said, I think he said 5 times and I just kept him coming. It's like Johnny with in regards to. I got to count which guy says the phrase the most. I love it.
Do a tally.
Yeah, do it. Yeah. Chat's still cooking, man. We are at 498. At this point, it's looking like we'll have our little 500 celly next week. Hey, who knows? Our third shift should be around in the corner and working their way in here soon. But Scott, I'm hoping Scott calls in. We got to do our week 5 pick'em. I'll refrain from unveiling how we did last week, and I'll give Scott a few minutes here. You were the master statistician. If you have that info, feel free.
I do, but it's downstairs.
That's okay. I have it as well.
Okay.
And plus, I'd like him to be here anyway. What I would like to segue to is something I saw Mackle1 mention earlier. He mentioned Isaiah Davis. And I wanted to get your thoughts on him, Murph. I would give mine, but you'd have to realize it's coming from a guy with a vested interest in his success. As our longer term subscribers know, all off season, my hot take was that Isaiah Davis could be RB1 by the end of this season. Well, I'll tell you what, man, last week he went from RB3 to RB2. But apart from hot takes and all that, Murph, we have hopefully our kick returner coming back. Maybe that frees up Davis a little more to be RB2. Just what do you think of that whole dynamic? Because obviously the running back room is changing for the next 2 to 3 months. Thoughts?
So I'm not guaranteeing that he's RB2 because we made a signing, and we haven't brought this up yet on the channel, but we did make a signing. Khalil Herbert, formerly of the Bears, signed with the Jets. They needed to add another body in there, a trustworthy body, somebody with some reps actually out on the field, you know. I'm a little excited about Khalil Herbert, but I'm not like getting my hopes up or anything. And this is no hate on Isaiah Davis. I like to bust your balls, Dane, but I think that, you know, maybe RB2 is shared between those two. It kind of depends on hot hand. Brees is probably still the guy, but, you know, he's got to get his shit together too. So your take, maybe it's not as hot as it was earlier this year, but it's still, I mean, Are we talking RB3? You know, we talking practice. We talking RB3? Like, what? Come on, man.
Hey, all I'm saying is, last week he was certainly RB3. Now he might be 2B. I'll take it, baby.
Hey, baby steps.
Honestly, though, like I was thinking that he would be running very well. It's a shame because even Braylon didn't even get enough carries to even see how he was. Like, I mean, for one, low volume. For two, not consecutive carries very often at all. Like, he had to have, what, 15 carries or less in the month of September. It's a bummer. And last week on this channel, you might have gone to bed. I don't know. Me and Scott were talking, and I went on this whole tirade of why the fuck Braylon Allen was returning kicks last week, and that was an idiotic move. And they did it again, and I don't want to victory lap too much there, but like, I'm victory lapping because that was idiotic. And yeah, you did mention that you thought he did his rookie year. I don't know if he did or not, but like we all agreed it was stupid, I thought.
He dabbled. I don't think it's stupid necessarily. Like if you got somebody that is good with the ball in their hands, no matter what type of runner they are, if they're fast, if they're strong, if they're elusive, whatever they are, if they can get the yardage on a kick return, put them back there. That's fine. I didn't hate it. But it does add reps to them. It adds reps to their bodies, and it's more risk of injury. But the way the Jets are playing right now, like the way they're running their offense, he's not a huge part of the offense right now. You can argue that he should be or should have been at this point. But they were not giving him a ton of carries, so it didn't really hurt anything. And right now we're kind of hurting at kick returner because, you know, our Wang is down at the moment. So we need to hopefully, you know, get a doctor prescription to help with that and get our Wang back up in action, you know, and we won't have to worry about that. But we don't have to worry about it anyway because Braylon's injured. By the way, speedy recovery to the guy. I like Braylon. He's a good dude. We like to watch him run. But hopefully he'll be back and better than ever next year. Isaiah Davis, time to shine if they'll give you the reps, but I don't know if they're going to. That's the problem. Yeah. I don't even know that they're giving Brees the ball enough.
Yeah.
Honestly, are they even giving any of the running backs the ball enough? What do you think, Dane?
I think they need longer drives, man. That first drive last week, that's one thing. Future drives was another thing, but like, and that's the other thing. Like these things are so skewed, man. Like if you look at stats right now, you will see that the opposing teams pass against the Jets less than any other defense in the league. We are number one in percentage of passing plays called against us with like 47%. It's the lowest. And yet our earned points allowed per play against like our passing defense has not been great. It's been top 10 bad. Yet they're not passing on us. So, like, things are skewed. The reason is because teams get up on us. They've gotten up on us 2 or 3 times already out of 4, and then they don't have to pass. So then they dial it down, and it looks like... So all I'm trying to say is, like, don't go by analytics right now. Yes, sure, they can be launching points to conversation like we did all night here. But none of us are marrying to any of these stats. Any of them.
A lot of ball to play.
A lot of ball to play. I mean, one stat I don't know if we even got to tonight is that the Cowboys run left 60% of the time. So who do we have lining up there? I don't know. But guess what? Like, they may not do that on Sunday. Who knows? Who the fuck knows?
Teams change their game plans all the time. And like I said, a lot of ball to play. So I just want to like point it out real quick. I know that I've brought up Aaron Glenn on this channel. I've given him a little heat, right? But that's just me giving him a little heat. I'm not saying 4 games into the season that we need to fire Aaron Glenn, and I have seen that take. I have seen that take on Twitter, X, whatever. Guys, we're jumping the gun here. Every coach deserves to have one get things set the way I want it year. You know what I mean? And so that's what this is for Glenn. So I never expected us to win this year, and still don't expect us to win this year, and we're not winning this year. So next year could be a whole different story. But I just wanted to point out, like, hey, just because I'm giving Glenn a little heat doesn't mean that Glenn needs to be hitting the bricks or anything. There you go, Scott.
Scott, what's up, brother?
Hey, fellas.
Cheers.
This is up.
Cheers.
Ice cold.
Looks delicious.
I don't know how many people in the chat realize that we're father and son, Scott.
Ha! Shit. Who's the mother? Who's the mother?
Murph might know her.
That's probably a little out of his age range. Let's give Murph some credit here.
I'm just kidding. All right. Hey, Scott, welcome to the conversation. I'm going to go to you. I want to get this thing off the screen, though. Let me mention it real quick. Long story short, Dak, exceptional on play action. Are we going to get cooked on play action this week? Yes or no?
Probably. They've been running the ball well. And, you know, I think nobody saw that coming.
Yeah. And, you know, also, like, Pickens has been phenomenal, too, for him. That was a good pickup for them. I don't know. I remember last year I was watching it was like an Aaron Rodgers interview or something. Maybe it was Pat McAfee show or something. And he was hyping up Dak Prescott. And he was like, that guy plays quarterback the way it should be played. Like, he does all the right things. He does the checks. He does all the right things. He does the cadences right. Like, he plays quarterback the way it should be played. And you can think of Aaron Rodgers however you want to think of him. I know the breakup was a little nasty and stuff like that, and a lot of Jets fans have soured on him, even myself a little bit. But the dude knows the quarterback position. He's played a long time. He's a Hall of Famer, right? And if he's saying that about another guy, then that's probably a good sign. And Dane, I get what you're saying. I wouldn't take him because I don't want to pay $60 million a year for him. I get it. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And does he deserve that much? Maybe not. But he is a good quarterback, and he knows how to run it, and he knows play action. That's probably another thing that Aaron brought up in the interview. I can't remember, but good quarterbacks know how to do play action. But it's going to be rough, dude, because our defense has not been up to par. And I feel like they're going to have a field day with us, but there is a little bit of a gut feeling. Like, there's been a couple games that was on the schedule ever since the beginning of the season. Like the Steelers, I was like, we have a chance. For whatever reason, if nothing else but my gut told me that we had a chance against the Steelers, and it was close. We were right there. The Cowboys was another game on that schedule where I was like, Cowboys – probably a better team, but I just think we play well against them, except for that game where CD Lamb went crazy and, you know, whatever. We're going to forget that one. I was married to a Cowboys fan, and we beat them a lot while we were married. Trust me, I remember I was talking a lot of shit. We play well against the Cowboys. Dan, you brought it up. They haven't beat us in MetLife yet. You know, notice I said yet. I'm not predicting a win. I'm just saying, like, we have a chance. You know, we could play a game. If we play to our potential, we can beat them. Well, but you got to figure out how to stop Dak and company, man.
But there's no reason the Jets can't outscore them, even if the Cowboys move the ball. their defense is ass. So outscore them.
It's
You-
going to be a lot like that Steelers game, like a shootout, because that's what that
Yeah.
was, dude. It was back and forth. We score, they score. We score, they score. We just have to not turn the ball over this time. So Justin Fields, no more fumbles, pal.
It
You
was
know? And that-
the one key mistake the Jets committed instead of the Steelers.
Yeah, and that wasn't even Fields. That was Gibson. But still,
He gone.
yeah, he gone. We're going to forget he ever existed.
Here's one for you. You mentioned their defense being ass. They've allowed the most completions, yards, and touchdowns on deep passes. Blah blah blah. Fields has completed 2 out of 3, both being touchdowns. So, that's a good sign. But like, we got to do, obviously, small sample size. We got to do more of it. But if we're going to, it sounds like this is the week to do it, according to you, gentlemen. Would you agree?
Yeah. It's a matter if they actually do it, though.
Well, I'm still thinking run the hell out of the ball. And I know Cowboys have been worse on pass defense, but run the ball, keep the Cowboys offense off the field. Just the old school method.
Yeah. I don't think you should get away from the run because the run sets everything else up. So we definitely need to run the ball. Even if that's with Fields or whatever, however you decide to go about it, you definitely you can't be one dimensional because they'll figure, even if they are bad in pass defense, they'll figure it out. Kim, our defense makes me sad too. I'm with you, Kim. It's bad because we have more talent than what our team is showing.
And I'm not saying don't throw the ball, but don't go into the game thinking we're going to throw the ball up and down the field. That's how we're going to win.
Well, Fields has to prove that he can do that.
That's the thing. That's the thing. He has to beat someone, get some play action passes. Maybe we'll actually see Arian Smith over the top one time. I don't know. Who knows?
Garrett, I'd like to build off what we saw in the fourth quarter last week too. Like, we went to Garrett the one time and he got flagged for a ticky tack bullshit OPI, and then they were stupid enough to single cover him again, and we didn't even look his way. And then ultimately, when our backs were really against the wall, we did do it. Like, just keep that. Like, I don't know what I'm trying to say, except stack them, get better week to week, figure out what you can do well. You should have known you could do that well already. You should have targeted him immediately on that next play when they single covered him again. You didn't learn from that mistake. Learn from it. Do it every single freaking time when he can cook the corner, when he's calling for the ball, when he wants it, give it to him. Can we have Brees show half that much vigor as well? Give me the ball. Like, I want Brees to be like, get the ball in my hands. That's the guy I was hoping we had. I don't know, with his comments after the game about us shooting ourselves in the head, maybe he's starting to get a little peeved. Maybe he wants to take matters into his own hand.
The feed me Brees. Like, we've seen it before. He's done how Zeke used to always do. He's done that. When he does that, he's having a game. Every time I've ever seen Brees do, he's done it a few times, that he's having a game. And that whenever he's in that mode, that he's in the zone like that, that's what we need. That's whenever he's going off. We need to see that. So hopefully, like you said, Dane, hopefully he's peeved. And he's got a fire lit up under his ass and he's ready to roll, man. And whether it's in the run game or the pass game, just set that dude up and let him take advantage of that motivation he has. And who's not motivated? The West Virginia Mountaineers right now, where they're losing 21-3.
Who are they playing?
BYU.
The
Wow.
Cougars, Dane. The Cougars.
Full circle, baby. It's not a shellacking yet, is it, Murph?
It's pretty close to a shellacking. Second quarter, 23.
So people of the chat, we are around in the corner on third shift, which we like to call midnight hour, when we get a few more viewers in here. If they come, they come. If they don't, they don't. I don't see Clancy yet, I'll tell you that. But
He'll be here.
he'll be here. Can't stall much longer, though. We have to get to our week 5 picks. Oh, wait, that's the wrong photo. Sorry. Let me get that off her.
We need one of us three doing that.
What we need to do is talk about how we did last week, I think, while I take some more victory laps.
Oh, shit.
All right. 15 games we picked. Murph, you were 8-6-1. Scott, you too were 8-6-1. I was 10-4-1.
Woo!
This isn't against the spread. This is just straight pick 'em. You got some making up to do, fellas. Let me get the graphic.
Plenty of season, plenty of ball left.
There is. We each did at least one lone wolf last week. You two shot and missed, and I shot and hit. I think that's the only difference. So if that stays true again this week, you could easily get right back in it. Different graphic today, different provider. I had to find it last minute. It's not my favorite graphic, but I think it'll serve its purpose. And chat, maybe you can help me out. I assume, okay, is this left to right, left to right, left to right for like 1 o'clocks, then 4s, and then prime time at the bottom, I assume? It's not down and then over and down again, because Sunday night and Monday are at the bottom, right?
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah,
What would be, Chargers would be a later game.
Yeah, so left and right, left and right, left and right, right?
Arizona would be a later game. Seattle would be a later game.
All right, let's start then. We are skipping Thursday night football. Chat, we need you to pick them as well. Starting with 9:30 Eastern on the East Coast. Yeah, 9:30 Eastern. We have a London game. Man, I got to figure this out. So this means that who's the home team? Minnesota?
Normally, the home team is on the right.
Normally, but it says verse instead of at.
Yeah, but look at Rams on the right.
Jets,
Ravens
yeah.
on the right. Jets on the right.
Okay. All right. Minnesota at Browns in London. What say you, gentlemen? And before I give you the mic, I'll just tell you, there's a quarterback change.
Go Ducks, baby. By the way, since we were here the night before Oregon went in and put the whiteout on the whiteout, that away Ducks, let's go. Aller.
Yeah, yes, they did, baby. What are they, second in the nation now?
Number 2 now. A lot of the top fivers lost last week.
Fuck yeah, Ducks, baby.
Who's number 1 again?
Yeah, I was waiting for that one.
W?
Hold on, let me take this off.
Yeah, you better change.
I think I have an Ohio State hat over here somewhere.
Chat, we need your picks as well. Minnesota at Cleveland. Who you got? Straight winner. We have no predictions from the panel yet. Does anybody want to go first?
Sure. Full disclosure, I would have picked the Rams to win yesterday. So I am glad that one was before your show. Okay. As much as I would like to take the Dylan Gabriel, Malachi Corley show, I'm going with the Vikings.
Color me shocked that you didn't. I thought you were going to let it get. I thought you were going to let that. Come on, go ahead, Cleveland. You know,
I learned
but
my lesson with Marcus Mariota last week. Murph gave that one up for Dane.
props to you for thinking or for speaking with your brain and not your heart this time around.
That's rare.
I'm going to agree. Minnesota, I think they're a better team, and I also think Minnesota plays good in London. I don't know. I wonder what their record is, but regardless, I'm going Minnesota.
I know they're 1-0 with getting the opposing coach fired.
And and then that team's defense going to absolute shit afterwards. Yep.
Yeah, I know they don't play well in Ireland.
Well, that's different.
But they've
You got to
been
get
over there.
you got to get your quarterback beat up by a bunch of Irish guys for you to win that game.
All right, so chat's rolling in. Snowball's still with us and cooking. The Salt and Pepper King himself, up until midnight hour on the East Coast. Good to have you, brother. Picking the Browns. That color me shocked there, actually.
Wow.
You know, maybe it's the Carson Wentz he doesn't believe in. Maybe it's the Aaron Jones. I don't know. I'm riding or dying with Jordan Mason, baby. I do like Judkins. You're right, Murph. Minnesota, London, been there, done that. Give me the Vikes.
The Browns, they do have a defense that can beat people. Let's not forget they beat Green Bay. Did they hold Green Bay to 10 points? I think it was 13-10. They damn near beat Baltimore, I think. Somebody. Anyway, it may not be as easy as we're thinking, but rookie quarterback.
You know what? I think Gabriel looks good. I just think the experience of Minnesota overwhelms.
Yeah.
I'm not like Modine. He's just biding his time to get to the mime. You see what I did there? You see, that's bars, man. Biding his time to get to the mime. Yeah. If you know, you know. Next up, Murph, you're keeping tally there?
Yeah, and just to clarify, we're going to go left, right, left, right, left, right. Okay, because
Yeah.
I'm going to get ahead of these and write these down.
Okay.
Yeah, so men for all of us. Next one up is Houston and Baltimore.
No
At
Lamar.
Baltimore. Huh?
No Lamar.
No Lamar. Very important.
He's officially out.
And might be out for 2 or 3 weeks.
Officially ruled out as of this morning, at least, like Murph said, maybe longer, but definitely for this week.
Rest in peace to my fantasy team. So I really hate overreacting to an injury. But I a lot of times if I have a strong gut feeling, I go with it. I don't always have a strong gut feeling. I'm gonna go with my gut feeling this time. I'm gonna take Houston here. I don't think it's gonna be pretty, but I think Houston's gonna do it.
Who's starting under center for Baltimore?
Cooper Rush.
Cooper Rush, yeah.
Oof, man, that's tough.
Go ahead, Dane. I'll go last this time.
Okay. Due to the fact that I don't for one split second, life of me, one iota, one molecule of belief do I have in CJ Stroud, or I'm sorry, because of that, give me Cooper Rush, Baltimore.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm kind of feel like Dane about CJ Stroud, but I'm taking the Texans.
Ooh, woo.
I didn't want to give Dane an easy,
I thought I'd be the only one to go Houston in that game.
Oh yeah.
Ow.
I didn't want to give Dane an easy lone wolfer, but he got it anyway.
If it was in Houston, man, different story. But let me see Stroud go in there and do it. Let me see it.
Well, it's
all
not
right.
like Baltimore's defense has been all that.
True. They sorely miss Brandon Stevens.
That made all the difference.
All right. A team we are very familiar with, going into a team we will soon be familiar with. The Finns, Sans Tyreek Hill, taking on the Panthers. Finns at Panthers. Any volunteers? And it doesn't. You don't always have to volunteer to be first. You can wait.
I will go with this one. I'm going to pick the team. I'm going to pick to win the team that I picked the Jets to have their first win this season against. Give me the Carolina Panthers, baby.
Damn. Don't we play them on like New Year's Eve?
No, I think like week 7 or 6.
That sounds about right.
The Panthers. Okay. Bryce Young truther here. No, I'm kidding.
Away now.
I'll go next. I'll rubber stamp that and go Panthers as well. I do. I think that. Yeah, I don't know. I like the up and comer versus the barely hanging on. And I'm not saying the Panthers are an up and comer per se, but I'm thinking that Tet and them can hold off a reeling Dolphins team in Carolina.
No Hubbard, unfortunately. One of my many fantasy injuries, but I don't think it'll make that big of a difference.
Poor Scotty's been getting drilled with injuries in fantasy.
Yeah. Who's the rest of your team so I know who to avoid in my parlays?
No doubt. No doubt.
You really want to hear him? Doesn't matter. All my top players have gotten hurt.
I can't believe we're doing this.
No way.
And I don't think that it's Jet bias either. I think all of us are thinking this through in a certain dude.
Johnny.
Honestly, one player like Tyreek Hill getting injured. If he wasn't injured, I would probably go the other way. That's how close it is. I'm going Carolina here.
Woo.
You know what's funny is, okay, wait, there's one pick for the Dolphins, but the chat as well are with us.
Really?
There's many Panthers predictions in the chat. Mackledos is a lone wolf. He says Dolphins win. Waddle hits his career peak game and then continues to be shit after that. So anyone else out there want the Dolphins, let us know. But otherwise, go Panthers, man. I feel like I'm in high school again. Panthers. We the best Panthers.
Who would have thought the Panthers would be a unanimous decision?
That's what I'm blown away.
Murph, you want to take the next introduction?
The next introduction, yeah. We got the Las Vegas Raiders, Gino and the boys going up against Indiana Jones, Danny Dimes, whatever you want to call him nowadays, with the Indianapolis Colts. I'm going to go ahead and go first here. I think even though the Raiders are starting to show like their offensive line is starting to play a little better and stuff like that, I'm still going to go Indy. I think Indy's got too much firepower for them. They got a great running back. Danny Dimes has been playing pretty good ball. They got some good receivers. I'm a big Michael Pittman Jr. guy. Their defense can play a little better, but I still think Indy's going to take it.
Fuck, man. I want so badly to pick the Raiders here. I can't, though, because I don't know Brock Bowers' real status. He's been banged up like 2 weeks in a row. He's played. He's been no more than a decoy pretty much. They're saying it again. He didn't practice. 2 days in a row. They say, oh, he's likely to play, blah, 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 but it's a knee thing. And he would, for me, tip the balance. Since I gotta see him being back to believe it, I'm gonna tell you, Murph, and say Colts.
The thing about Bowers, even if he plays, he hasn't been himself.
Week
They oughta-
one, he was.
They ought to
Week
just shut him
one.
down. Well, yeah, but what's happened since then? We ought to shut him down for a couple weeks.
They should have, because he's done nothing since then because of the injury, if you ask me. Geno's look good, but like, is that enough?
Not last week. He was ass.
Genty, though. Genty last
But
week.
then Genty looked better, and the offensive
Genty
line
did.
looked better.
Yeah.
Hat trick.
The whole stand up before you like get the snap thing.
Did you hear about that?
Yeah.
They were keeping him from Chip Kelly. Didn't want him doing that. That they backed off that, I guess.
Someone called him Michael Myers in the backfield, just standing there looking all serious. That's pretty good.
We're going into Halloween season, so that's just right.
That's true. Wouldn't be surprised. It seems like a game the Raiders just show up, but I'm gonna go with the Colts.
Could have been an easy one to steal. Pick 'em.
I know, but I'm letting my own brain determine who I pick rather than who you guys pick.
All right. Next up, we have the encore of the Jackson Dart Show going into Nollins, man, with Spencer Rattler. Dart Rattler. It's a pun King's wet dream, baby. Dart versus Rattler. Thoughts on that?
I'm torn on this one. I'm going to take the Saints to get win number 1.
I respect that, Scott.
I
I respect that. And Rattler's shown some stuff this season. I think I preach it on this channel all the time. Momentum. I think Dart came in, lit a fire. I think they have momentum, and they're going to roll with it. I don't think it's going to last all season. I think they'll cool off at some point, but I think this is a good team for that momentum to keep rolling. So I'm going to go with the Giants.
Ooh, which means that I get the distinctive honor of making one of you a lone wolf. Who will I choose?
Go, Dane. You know
what?
You know where the lone wolf belongs.
You know what I'll say is Dart did invigorate that team for a whole quarter and a half. You know what happened after that, man? Malik Neighbors went down. Fuck. Which nobody on planet Earth wanted to see. Like, that's just a shame, man. Long story short, Dart had 100 yards passing. Tough. Rattler, very suspect, though. He has looked okay, but suspect for sure. Fuck. Tie goes to home field. Give me the Saints.
Oh.
Okay. I think that there's more on the Giants than just Malik Neighbors. They have Wandale Robinson, Darius Slayton, and our good buddy, but they have They have Cam's. Is it Scattaboo or Scatabo? I don't know. They got the scat back. That's what I like to call him, even though he's not a scat back at all. Scattaboo. So I think they're going to cook. I don't know.
Got to hear it from the chat. Oh, wait. Okay, go ahead, Murph.
Yeah, let's check the chat before. I was going to move on, but yeah, let's check the chat. So
Snowballs. Yeah, good.
What does that mean? Join us on the W column because we don't have a W.
He's predicting one.
Oh, a little foreshadowing there.
Unlike what I'm going to do.
So, Saints. Mackle's got Dart. And the
JD, this may or may not be Joe Douglas. I'm not saying it either way, but he says Saints. Yep, Mackle Dart all the way. He's got the Giants as well. Yeah, we got some discourse in the chat over this one. I don't know what the line is. If you want to throw it in the chat, you can. But all right, Scott, do you want to read the next one for us?
Sure. All right, everybody. We have the Star invading Jersey. Who we got? Jerry's Cowboys or Woody's Jets?
That sounds so depressing.
Isn't that?
The battle of the
depressing.
Alzheimer's.
You could have went on Glenn or something, and people would have been a little hyped up about it. But
Well, hey, okay, and I've been saying this for a long time. What's the one thing about this Jets shit show that has never changed?
yeah, the Johnson boys.
So anyway, kind of same about Cowboys. You know, what's the one thing that never changes there? Now they've obviously, we wish we've had some of the Cowboys' success, but
Hey, you know what's funny? The most wins that we've had in the past. I mean, the most recent team that's won the most, I should say, for the Jets was Chris Johnson run team. Just putting that out there. Adam Gase.
well, they're just warming it up for Brick anyway. So we got that to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm all bricked up for that. All right, I'll start us off here, guys. I was talking about it earlier. I think the Jets have a chance at winning this game, and it's a gut feeling or whatever, right? And my gut and my heart are connected because I love to eat. Anyway, I don't think the Jets are going to eat enough. It's going to be the Cowboys because that's my head speaking.
You know what? Cowboys, what did you say, Scott?
I haven't said yet.
Okay. All right. Let me go next. Let me add him.
Sure.
Out of my way. I could go long-winded for this. I do think we look better. Enough to feel better. But Aubrey from 60 plus for the game hits it.
No, we know what that one is. This is one of those ones that I think could go either way, but until the Jets show me they know how to not fuck up a game, I'm going with the Cowboys.
That is unanimous amongst panel members. However, we got some Jets. The Jets are in the chat for sure, I will say. JD leads us off. He says Jets. Oh, wait. Chris B, Jets. Snowball, Jets. Johnny Boy, Jets. Any other Jets out there? Let us know as my dog steals the camera. She heard something.
The panel was all Cowboys, right?
Yes.
And the chat
all that matters to me, Mo Dean agrees with Cowboys, so I feel pretty good about that.
Well, Mo Dean also said the Giants are going to win, by the way. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, I don't feel good about that. Mo Dean is right quite often. Got to give the guy credit. Maybe talking against the Jets has taken the easy way out. I don't know, but he seems to be right quite a bit.
Yep. And nothing gets past you, does it, Dane? As far as sound, huh? My ADHD was kicking in. Sorry.
You are good, sir. Murph, do you want to take the next announcement here?
Yes, we got the Bo Nix-led Denver Broncos going to Philadelphia to play It Hurts So Much When We Tush Push You, Eagles. This is going to be an interesting game. This might be the best game out of the bunch that we've picked for so far. Honestly, I don't know. Do you one of you guys want to start with this one?
I'll start with it.
Oh, we know where he's going.
I don't know. He's speaking with his brain tonight.
Well, I call it brain, call it heart, whatever. I'm going with the home state Broncos, baby.
Okay.
I just think I think Philly is kind of just treading water right now, and they're due to get punched in the mouth. So let's go, Broncos.
Well, I think that Philly has been working on their bobbing and weaving, and I don't think they're getting punched today, or well, Sunday. I think that you're right. They have been treading water, but this is also a team that's experienced and they know how to win games, right? They're a team that knows that even when they're down, like last week, even when they're down, they always have a chance. I'm sorry, Dan, I'm doing it again. So I think Philly is going to, maybe they'll go down early, but they'll bring it back. However they do it, it's probably going to be a close game, and I think Philly knows how to win the close games, so it's going to be Philly.
All right. If you're a lone wolf, you must howl, right?
Okay.
All right. And you guys are split, right?
Yep.
All right. All right. Scott made some very good points. He said the Eagles are due to be punched in the mouth. The Eagles are also 4-0. Meanwhile, the Broncos are 2-2 and reeling. They got to win some games, man. The Eagles can afford to lose one while they are in their own building. It's an out-of-conference game. Saquon's hard to bet against. But it's also hard to run on the Denver D. Give me the Broncos, baby.
Woo, shit, I was ready to howl.
Yeah, you were all over the place. Ow! Oh, man, I lost my voice. Ow! Anyway.
Night, Johnny.
I find that interesting, Dan, because I really thought you were going Eagles there, the way you were talking.
Hey, bro, I'm fleshing it out live on the Danger Zone. If that's not worthy of a sub, I don't know what is, man. You get to see the 9 parts of my brain work in real time.
And Murph, Dane has become a Ducks fan, and Bo Nix is his quarterback in at least one fantasy league. So there you go.
Well, in that same fantasy league, Jalen Hurts is mine. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Which is funny.
Hey, if anything,
Wild Wave going with Denver.
Attaboy, Wild Wave.
We got Chris B with the Eagles, JD Eagles, Snowball Eagles easy. He said, I don't know if it'll be easy, but I know it's going to be the Eagles.
So the following week, is it Jets and Denver in London? So, looking at it as a Jets fan, do you prefer the Broncos win this week or lose this week?
Strictly from a Jet standpoint, of course you want the Broncos to win this week because you don't want them to be 2-3 going against us and desperately needing to win. At least if they're 3-2, there leaves that sliver of hope. You know what? Maybe you want them to like have a miraculous win so that maybe the hangover and the jet lag and all that comes to, what do you think, Murph, though? Do you care? Does it matter that we play the Broncos next week on if you could orchestrate this game, how would you do it in Jets' favor?
I mean, you could like argue that if the Broncos lost again this week, that they would come back and it'd be like kind of a trap game for the Jets. I don't know if you can have a trap game when you're 0-5, but you get what I'm saying. But I think that could work either way. Like, I think if they're winning, then they have some momentum, and you know, I don't know if I have a preference.
That's fair.
I guess just beat Philly because Philly fans suck. I mean, to me, it would just be more of a heart thing than rather a mind thing. I don't think that whether the Broncos win or lose is going to affect how they play in Denver next week. Now, how the Jets play well, it's in New Jersey, but how they play against the Cowboys, that could affect. If we win against the Cowboys, then we're almost guaranteed losing next week against Denver. But that's the question.
I'm thinking more like Dane, that a big win, maybe a tough, hard fought, physical win on the world champs home field could lead to a letdown. But then there's Murph with his what do you call it, Murph? Momentum. Maybe that's when they are turning on the switch, which I think is close to about the time they did it last year too. So anyway, that is interesting ideas either way.
Yeah, maybe they lose 5 starters on way to a victory. I didn't say that. I don't root for injuries. I
Johnny, gonna make it rain?
Oh shit.
Ow! That'll get me howling.
That's a wolf. Yeah, that's a lone wolf.
Just hope I don't stand up.
Oh shit. Next one, I think it's my turn. Scott had the Jets game. Murph had the animal game there. All right. I don't know what a Titan is, but I know that Cam Ward says they ass. Yeah, the Titans. He said they ass. They're going into Arizona to face the Michael Carter and Bam Knight led backfield of the Arizona Cardinals. Thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts on that are it better be the DeMercado guy or I'm going to be pissed. But Murph, another one of my players that got injured was the latest Arizona running back. I'm going Arizona at home. I think they got a pretty solid defense, and Tennessee is just struggling to get anything going offensively. So, yeah, give me the Cardinals.
So I'm gonna start this with Dane. I don't know how you don't know what a Titan is. You ever pay attention to Greek mythology, like Titans, like Atlas
Is that
was a
them?
Titan, holding
Are
the
they
world
named-
up on his back. He was a Titan. They're huge, monstrous, giant people. The gods had a lot of trouble with them in Greek mythology. Whatever. Anyway,
Touche.
huge Titan, huge Titanic, the ship, huge. Think about it. Anyway,
Hey.
now that I've busted
No-
your
no
balls,
diddy.
we're going
No
AZ.
diddy.
I don't know if this is even a question. I really thought Cam Ward was going to be something this year, but maybe it's just the team is booty cheeks or whatever. But AZ's taking it.
Yeah, and honestly, he not only said that his own team was ass in his press conference this week, he also dropped the F word a couple times in that same presser, which for me was a first. I can't recall.
That's my
it being-
quarterback.
Yeah. So with that said, Cardinals.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah. Trey
no
McBride.
brainer. That's
Trey-
my team in the Eliminator League, Dane. So
Hey, if they had Frank Wycheck, I might change my or Eddie George or Steve McNair, maybe. But
Steve McNair, man, Steve McNair was a warrior. That guy.
rest in
Badass.
peace.
You know what? Last week, our locks, because it's a lock if all three of us go same team. Our locks did horrible last week.
Really?
which was weird. At least in the early slate, they did.
At least 4 losses because I had 4.
Yeah.
At least.
Say it
And a
again,
tie.
Dane.
And a
Say it
tie.
again.
I'm just saying, like, we were probably at what, 500 or less.
Yeah.
So, easy, man. I don't know. Is anybody going Titans? I don't know. Titans will
I'd
be the
be
last one.
surprised.
Looking rough, man. Looking rough.
Ooh, Snowball doubles down, and he says they'll be the last winless team.
Do
Not the
Jets,
Saints, not the Jets.
do the Jets play Tennessee this year? I don't think so. Okay.
We do play the Saints though. So
Yeah, but they're winning this week.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, they are. You're right. We prognosticated that, so it's bound to happen.
Who else is winless?
Chris B said Warren Moon. How does Chris B know who Warren Moon is?
Chris B knows everything. What are you talking about?
Chris B really does know everything. Other than Jets, Saints, and Titans, who else is left that's winless? Anybody else?
Do I need
Carolina's
to
won a game.
You don't have to pull it up. Carolina won one, so that was
Yeah,
the
they
other.
won a game.
And we broke the Dolphins' winless streak. Browns won a game. I think that's it, dude. I think we're one of the last 3 teams.
Well, that's.
Oh no.
Are we surprised? Seriously?
What we got here? Yeah, there's 3. Yep, and we're one of them. Oof. Big oof.
Well, hey, plenty of time to make it right still.
I guess.
One other shitty thing is the last Friday when we were here, we held the first pick, but since we lost to the 0-3 Dolphins, it made our strength of schedule even more wonky. Somehow the Saints jumped us. So yeah, right now we hold the second pick overall. We're poised and in position to take safety Caleb Downs out of the Ohio State University to save our franchise.
The next Jamal Adams, baby.
Hey, the good news is we're only one game behind the team that many people thought would be the best team in the AFC, the Baltimore Ravens.
True.
I don't think that I was on that bandwagon. I think that was you guys.
No, you weren't, but Dana and I were.
Yeah.
Even though you have a Raven tattoo.
Now,
Quote the Raven, nevermore.
now. That's not football. I'm gonna start calling it a Phoenix because nobody knows the difference. Nobody can tell. So, on to the next game. We have Tampa Bay Buccaneers, led by Baker Mayfield and company. Little Bucky Irving. There's a duck for you. Emeka Egbuka, absolutely killing it his rookie season. Going up against Sam Darnold and the Seattle Seahawks at home.
Bucky
Interesting
out.
game. Bucky's out.
He is for this one.
I need to change my fantasy team because I still had him starting. They had him questionable.
He's been ruled out. For Fridays they tend to, decide some things. Bucky out, but Rashad White in, and Sean Tucker, not to be confused with Chris Tucker, is the new Rashad White. But yeah, everything else you said holds true. Darnold, Baker should be a good one. Any volunteers?
The battle of the rejuvenated quarterbacks.
Do you want a line on this game? I haven't looked, but I can get it. It's got to be tight.
Seattle will be favored. Small number.
I don't need a line.
Okay.
I don't need a line.
Yeah.
Fair.
I'm just going off of who I think is. This is ridiculous. I'm going off of who I think is the better receiver. I'm going to say Egbuka is better than JSN, outperforms him this week, and the Bucks take it. Baker outperforms Darnold. It's going to be a close game. Probably going to be a high offense game. Let's go. Tampa
Buck
Bay.
on buck violence.
You want to go next, Dane?
Only if it strikes your fancy, man. I mean, if you're ready, I kind of like deciding the lone wolf though. So you're gonna help me?
Well, if I go next, you won't have an option. So,
Or myself.
Still chooses whether it's a lone wolf.
I'm going Seattle. Give me the Hawks on their home field. Let it rain, baby. Let it rain.
What did you say, Murph?
I went Tampa Bay.
Oh fuck, man! I wanted to go Bucks. It's a pick 'em. That's the problem. Bucky Irvin, I think, is a big factor here. I do.
Is Evans gonna play?
Question.
I don't know. I know Hassan Reddick is.
Seattle, great. Seattle's missing a corner. Seattle Witherspoon's out.
You know what? Ty goes to the home team, Seattle.
Oh, dang.
Dude, hey, we got the same strategy going there, Scott.
You wanted Tampa Bay, and you even let off of that. I thought I was gonna get some lone wolf action here.
Bucky
Mike
is
Evans
that
out.
dude.
Evans is out. Okay.
Evans is out.
Murph,
Is it bad that I
do you
use my
want-
fantasy app to figure that out?
You can change your mind if you want.
Nope.
Bucky the Ducky.
I think he might be a bigger detraction to them this week than Mike Evans. Is that crazy?
No.
I think that Tampa Bay is deep at receiver, man.
They are.
So I think they'll be fine. And Rashad White's a solid back too.
He is.
I think Darnold makes a couple mistakes.
He could.
Well, I will say nobody in the chat agrees with you, Murph.
Really? Everybody?
Straight Seattle all the way down.
Oh no. Snowball's got the Buckaroos. I'm assuming that means that's what he's doing there.
Yeah, but he has the Browns too.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just kidding. You know what? Last week I didn't do is go through the chat and pull their predictions. Just know though, if you're in the chat and you're picking games, I will go back and tally them all. So next week you'll have a week 1 or a week 4 and 5 summary of where you stood, assuming you put clearly in the chat who you choose, not just so and so will do good. We need to know who you want to win. Put it in there. Like Snowball, like Chris B, like everybody's doing. You can still comment on it after or before it, but you got to clarify who you want to win the game because I don't want to predict what you mean, kind of thing. So that's we had a lone wolf that time, didn't we?
Murph?
Ow!
All right, fair. Scott, I think that means it is your turn, brother.
Okay, for the bloodbath of the week, the quarterbackless Bengals will host the team we thought we were going to have because we hired Aaron Glenn. The Detroit, I never thought of Murph, but a lot of people did. The Detroit Lions.
Jets Midwest, right?
I'm glad.
Wow.
I'm glad you were on the same page as me there, Scott.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, we're gonna run the same offense, and our quarterbacks are as far apart as any two quarterbacks could be. Anyway, yeah, Lions at Bengals. I guarantee we don't have a lone wolf on this one.
It is. So you're saying Lions there, Scott?
I'm going Lions.
All right. I am also taking Lions and the shellacking of the week.
Dude, how long before Cincy sees the error of their ways and they elevate Mike White off the practice squad and start him? Is that just gonna be week 9 against us?
Would that change your pick this week, Dane?
It would. Oh yeah. Mike fucking White. Come on.
Dude,
But we'll
he
never get
broke records against the Bengals.
dude, and they got Browning starting and him not even well, maybe they'll activate him this week. I don't know if there's another quarterback they have in between there, but they brought him in for a reason and shit is going south. Lions by 2 scores. I'm with y'all. Punch that straight ticket. Sorry, can't give you guys an easy dub there. Next up, as I'm blinded by the light over here, get that out of the way. Washington Commanders. I don't know if Jaden Daniels is playing. Forgive me.
I think
Help me
he
out.
is.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Maybe game time decision or
No, Murph? Yeah, no.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure. I'm looking up the Cincy depth chart right now for
Oh.
quarterback.
Okay. Please, because I'm
curious about that.
I think
Oh,
I
got
heard.
Brett Ripon.
Ripien.
Backup. Rippin.
Oh,
Rippin.
he's a scrub.
He's a ripping and a tearing.
Former Bronco.
Yeah. Jaden Daniels. Let me look that up real quick for y'all.
Well, I butchered this one. He must be playing.
McLaurin's out. Debo's playing. I thought I heard Daniels is playing.
He's playing.
Okay.
All right.
Trending towards return.
Hey, take 2. Cut. All right. Washington Commanders, led by Jaden Daniels, returning from injury, going west to the LA Chargers, Justin Herbert, Jim Harbaugh, one of them. Who you got in this nail bite? This is actually a good game, to be honest. I think this Tampa Bay, like this and the 2 above it, are like the 3 best games, if you ask me. Washington at Lack. Do we have a shellac?
No
Quack.
shellac. No shellac from me.
Quack, quarterback. Give me the Chargers.
Quack. How many QBs in the NFL are
Dude, they got like 6 now.
Yeah, what the hell? Anyway, good for them. So
they might have the first overall pick next year. I'm just saying.
I don't think so.
Yep.
I don't think so. Anyway,
But
I think the Chargers are the better team. I think the Redskins have come down to earth, the Commanders have come down to earth this year. Not that Jaden Daniels is bad or the Commanders. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that this is a tough game for Jaden to come back in. They'll probably win some more games after this game, but I think this is just they're up against a team that's just rock solid, man, and well coached. I hate that. I really don't like that coach, but they're well coached. LAC, baby.
there you go, Dane. Lone Wolf opportunity.
Which head coach do you not like? Oh, the Michigan man.
Yeah. I didn't like
Isn't
him before that.
I thought you were wearing Michigan there for a second.
No. But Rich Rod did go to Michigan and betrayed us, which is why we suck and we're losing 28-10 now.
Difference maker in this game. Probably not the first guy that comes to your mind, but it's the first one that comes to mind because he broke out last week, baby. Omarion Hampton. Give me 100+ and a tutty from him. Lack by 10.
Wow.
It might be a statement win for them this year. I think they, Daniels, I don't know. They're 2-2. They have to win, but I don't know, man. I like the Chargers here. I really do. We'll see. I do say by 10.
I could see them going down to 2-3 and then ending the season at like 9-8 or something. I still think they're a good team. I just think that right now they're, it's you don't want to go up against the Chargers right now.
Snowball with a candidate for comment of the night. Dana's lactating. I love it. All right.
Lactating IPA.
Yeah. Who's next? Who wants
I will go next. We have the Drake May led New England Patriots, very hated, very, very much hated on my end, going up against, at home, to Buffalo, the absolute buzzsaw of the Buffalo Bills, led by Josh Allen and company. And I actually think this is going to be a tighter game than probably a lot of people think. But I'm not deviating, and I'm just going to keep rolling with the Bills until they prove me otherwise, and it's Buffalo.
Well, I think the Buffalo Bills will take a 5-game lead over the New York Jets 5 weeks into the season. Give me the Bills.
Hey, we still got a chance.
We're not eliminated. But remember the preseason question, what's the latest week the Jets will play for first place in the East? Turns out it was week number 2.
So says you.
Yeah, I guess there's still a chance.
I'm just kidding.
Didn't I say 2? I'm pretty sure I said 2. Yeah.
Do you remember when I said that our O-line would play all year, and now they're one of 2 teams to play 99+% of the snaps? And Chaos said, "That's molten lava. You're crazy."
That was.
Damn,
well, Josh
said that.
Myers was not our starting center in the beginning of the year. I'm just saying.
Yes, he was. After AVT went down.
After, which was
that's when I made the prediction.
Yeah, that was after the AVT injury, and that was molten lava. That was the hottest.
It's
of
not
all the takes.
It's 4 weeks though.
Long way to go.
Yeah.
Remember when I said Austin McNamara was going?
We are gonna listen. We're gonna have a whole ass receipts segment, a whole ass show. I'm gonna get all them guys back here, and we're gonna. Johnny Boy, he already talked about it earlier. He said, "Folk, guys, folk." Now he also said Jets playoffs, and Arian Smith,
80 catches, 800 yards.
But folk,
Fields MVP.
Folk.
Yeah.
Fields is going, Arian Smith is going to have to go like 15 catches a game or something.
80 catches, yeah. He needs 75 more at least. Bills, straight ticket, Bills.
Yeah.
Before we get to this last one though, Daniel, I gotta ask you: have any of us not been a lone wolf yet?
I don't think I have been.
I don't know if I have.
Did I? Am I the only one that took the Texans? Maybe.
Yes.
Dane was a lone wolf. You picked Baltimore, and me and Scott picked Houston. I've been a lone wolf multiple times.
Howling like the Cougars.
No, and Dane took Denver also.
Scott has not been a lone wolf at all.
Here, now's your chance, Scott. Do you want to read off this next one?
Sure. What's the gal's name? What's Kelsey's girl?
Taylor.
Taylor Swift.
Who might I listen? Big thing in this household. She just dropped an album 24 hours ago. Most streamed album in a single day today. Go ahead.
Taylor Swift leads the Swifties and the Chiefs into Duval County to beat the Jags.
KC. Okay. Dane, you want to go next?
You know, I just started loading the pages here. It looks like Chiefs are only -3.5. I don't know how. Fuck, dude. I don't know how the Chiefs lose this one. To be honest,
I hope they do lose.
Travis Hunter
Well-
hasn't even been doing well. He's getting like 30 yards a game as a receiver.
You know what I'm telling you? Upset of the week. Jacksonville's taking it, baby.
Yeah.
Travis is going to be ETN. No,
Taylor-
seriously. I
Taylor ham and eggs.
will point out, I was looking, just, you streaming defenses on fantasy and stuff like that. Jacksonville has been like 10 points plus a game. Like, their defense has been solid, at least fantasy terms. ETN's been solid. The passing game has been a little, we'll see. But this is the type of game that the Chiefs lose. Like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense, but they do that sometimes. And I'm going to go Jacksonville, man.
Come on, Dane.
You
Come on,
don't think the fact that they're 2-2, you don't worry about them dropping to 2-3, Murph?
Jacksonville or the Chiefs?
The Chiefs.
No. You don't ever worry about the Chiefs as long as Mahomes is behind center.
All
They'll
right,
probably
well,
still finish 11-6,
give
And
me the Chiefs.
They're getting guys back too.
Chiefs all the way.
Oh,
You saw me last week, man. That was my lone wolf. Chiefs. And what happened? They won by like 20, didn't they? Chiefs again. Yeah.
And they're going to come down off that high. They're going to overlook the Jaguars.
They could. In prime time.
Cohen, he's going to be Duval in the locker room after they win that game. And then they'll get shellacked all week, but that's regardless.
I think Jayville, aren't they forcing tons of turnovers? Don't they have like 12 turnovers or something through 4 weeks?
Something's causing that defense to score.
Snowball's right. So many clip-worthy bites in this selection here. Murph, I need you to make the noise.
Ow!
Worth every penny, folks. Hit that subscribe, hit that like button. Also check out at Jets Worldwide. Wide. Fridays, right before us, man. You can get off work, full weekend ahead of you. Pop into them, get a little boy green, little Johnny boy, a little snowball. Pop into us. Everything else, man. Start your weekend off right. Enjoy your Saturday. And then and only then can you have your weekend wrecked on Sunday by the Jets. Anyways.
Hey, did you guys see in the chat Snowball talking about a new segment they're going to do?
I did. I just don't know how serious he was.
Oh, maybe he could call in and tell us about it. It sounds like it'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think he ought to do that. I do. Murph, what is the wow about?
Wow. Jacksonville has 9 picks
Oh, dang.
in 4 games. It was 2, 3, 2, and 2. And they have 4 fumble recoveries, too. 13 turnovers in 4 games.
Yeah, they had
Is this-
four against the 49ers.
Is it safe to say, and I think Snowball will appreciate this, is it safe to say, Murph, that you are rooting for Tootin?
What, Bayshol or Blaze, whatever the hell his name is, Tootin? No. I'm just saying that Travis is going to be ETN, eating.
Love it. That's great, man. That is. He's got a brother now in the league, right?
Yeah. Trevor.
Where's he at?
Not to get-
Carolina?
yeah.
Carolina, yeah.
How about them both be eaten, man? Eat. I can't do it like you, but both of them.
Well, I think much like Isaiah Davis, younger ETN has moved up into the number 2 role this week.
Yeah. Yeah,
You know,
probably.
Chuba's out, and they have the guy that was, I think, was with the Cowboys now is going to be the lead back.
Rico Dowdle.
Rico Dowdle. ETN's going to be the number 2, I believe. So
what
Yeah.
do you guys make of? What?
Chris B. just had one worth noting. Fashionable memberships.
That was good.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Coming soon. What I want to know from Chris B, I've looked across the landscape and I've seen him carrying quite a few wrenches these days. What I'd like to know is,
Couldn't happen to a better guy.
did we give him his first?
Maybe.
Uh,
Uh,
I bet you gave him his first koozie.
Ooh, yes.
Couple stats, nuggets, news, notes that left on the cutting room floor. Can I throw them up real quick and just see if you guys want to engage them at all?
Sure.
Okay.
Does that mean I should crack another beer?
Yes, one more at least.
Okay.
Okay. I've spoke on this one. Just so you know, Cowboys run to the left. And hey, when you're watching this game and you see them running continuously to the left, I want you to think of this show and why you need to subscribe. Run to the left 60% of the time, 5.7 yards per carry, which means they have confidence in their left tackle's run defense, his run blocking. Can we blow that up is the question. Any thoughts on this one?
Well, my first thought is their offensive line coach just primo, dude. It doesn't matter. Like, they draft guys. Like, sometimes there's times they're not afraid to draft guys in the first round on their offensive line. Definitely not afraid to do that. But sometimes, excuse me, sometimes they draft guys like Tyler Guyton, where it's like, yeah, I liked Guyton. I didn't know if I liked him that high, though. You know what I mean? And they just, dude's a stud already. You know what I mean? Like, they know how to coach offensive line over there. That's, if you can give them anything, they know how to coach offensive line. Anyway, they're going to do what they want against our defense. Run, pass, whatever. They're going to have a good time. And we're going to try to keep up, and we probably won't.
You know what's funny, too? They're the 5th highest rate running left in the league. Look at the last sentence, or second to last, because we run to the left even more.
Really?
Behind Fashanu and Simpson, huh? That's interesting.
Yeah, we 64% of the time, which makes sense because I do rarely see our guys running right, even though I like our right side. They gain 5.7 running left. They give up 5.2. So you might see both teams running left a lot. gonna be interesting. But like I said earlier, Dak, when he throws it, he's gonna be throwing to receivers.
Not
We'll
CeeDee
see.
Lamb.
Not CeeDee Lamb. You're right. But
Pickens.
They got another receiver out now that was making some plays last week.
Big X factor for that team is Turpin too.
He's out.
Is he out?
I think he's out. Yeah.
Wow. I think I dropped him in fantasy, but I did have him there for a little bit. And he's a dude that he may not do anything for like a couple games or whatever, but then he'll go off for like 25 points or something, like he's one of those guys that he can be an X factor in any game.
Hopefully it's Tolbert this week.
let me ask you this, and I just checked. That is all the stats. Murph, you can breathe a sigh of relief.
You're correct. He is out.
That's actually big. That
Yep.
is. Even
Yep.
I like our special teams, but Turpin is a weapon for sure.
Yeah.
There was something I was gonna say and I forget now. Damn it. Oh, the title of the show. It's not R. The title of the show is Jets Circling the Drain, and I don't mean the Danger Zone portal. But, well, maybe I do. Maybe I do.
It all goes to the same place.
It does, man. Obscurity. Jets should not be flying in the danger zone, but here we are. Yep. Are they to you? Is it a matter of expectations? Is it not even that? Just short term they are, and long term they're not. People are all up in arms. We should fire Wilkes, who Scott was very high on this offseason. I want to hear those thoughts. People are fire Glenn, who we're all not ready to say. Just talk to us, like, where should this fan base's heads be at? Because right now they're all over the map.
First thing I'd like to say is, Dane, did you get another little Sasquatch thing in your room there? I see something behind your head that was like says believe, and it's a Sasquatch. Is that new? I know you had Sasquatch and heels, but is that a new one that's there now? There you go. There he is.
Let's watch
Hey.
Believe, baby. And you can't. Thought I could zoom in further. I guess I can't. But you see him walking in the sunset. We believe. Period. Yes. Almost as good as that one up there that you hate.
Yeah. Sasquatch and heels.
Which that I was enticed to get, mind you.
Oh, funny.
Well,
okay.
Wilkes,
I will talk on this defense thing. There's no way in hell I'm putting it all on Wilkes. If you guys don't think Aaron Glenn has influence on what's going on with the defense, you're naive. They're running a lot of the same stuff he ran in Detroit. And someone said it, and I don't remember which analyst I saw that said it, is he thinks the biggest problem is they're trying to blend both those guys' defenses into one, and it's not working. So go with one or the other. But anyone saying, "Oh, Glenn's keeping his hands off of it," but there's not a chance in hell that's going on, and you got to have to trust me on that. So that's my thought there.
I would have to agree. Like, even if he's not inputting a whole lot into the defense, like, it's still his responsibility too, And if he sees that they're underperforming, he needs to put his hands in there a little bit more. But we're 4 games in. It can get turned around. Steve Wilkes is an experienced coach. Hopefully he does get it turned around, but right now it does not look good. And I think that he deserves some fire. I think Glenn deserves some fire. I'm not saying fire them. I'm just saying that they deserve some criticism.
Sure. Yep.
And as far as the Jets circling the drain, hell yes, we are, buddy. We are circling the drain, but that was my expectations. Remember, I had us at like 5 wins this season. So that was my expectation. We are circling the drain as expected. But at the same time, you got to give your rookie head coach, you got to give him a year. Give him a year to get things set up the way he wants. Give him another draft. Let's. So I'm not firing anybody yet, but yes, we're circling the drain. We're going to be in, what did you say earlier, Dane? Obscurity this year. We're pretty obscure already, to be honest.
Yeah. And I will say, yeah, I picked the Jets to win 4 or 5 games, but I thought it would be different. I thought the defense was going to be good. I really did. And I thought the offense was going to drag down the defense. And it's been closer to the other way around, really. And I think some of what the offense has done has been misleading. They were great against the Steelers, but let's be real. They got some late game garbage statistics. They got their ass beat by Tampa Bay, and they made the game look way closer than it really was. And they kind of rallied against Miami also. But I'm surprised the way the season has gone as far as offensively and defensively.
Like deep down, I thought that we would start badly with 3 playoff teams and whatnot. It's not even that. It's not even the 0-3. It's the optics. Like we've all seen them play, and slow to adjust. Shit's working against us. We have no answer for it. At least with Sulla, it's like make your way to halftime because the second half adjustments will be fire. Murph, you all right?
Sorry, touchdown.
Mountaineers just did something good.
Touchdown.
Oh, I thought maybe we hit 500. You're scaring me, man. No, that seems like that'll be next week, which is fine. We expected that actually coming in. I was just shocked how quickly we got to 98. It's the optics, man. We've watched the games, and it's just disheartening to see. Like, shit we would fix and do better doesn't get fixed. We don't do better, so we think that what we would have fixed would have yielded better results. I think probably right in some of the facets. Like, hell, we talked about it last week. Don't have Braylon return. Boom, injured, done, 2-3 months. And while he might have been a good returner, you don't put your bruiser, his knees, out there for oncoming traffic. You don't. Like,
yeah, and he runs high too. So
yeah,
his knees are just like big old bullseyes.
Yeah, and how are you going to tackle him? You're going to go for his knees. Like, come on.
That's what I would do.
It's what we talked about last week. Boom, they did. Boom, he's out. And before we even we're smart enough to use him in the right way. Like, I don't know. Frustrating, man. Disheartening. Pessimistic. All the above. It's not the lack of success. It's the how that's annoying. And if the how lasts much longer, I don't know if I can take it. So start giving us something, all of us, because I'm tired of the tank crowd, the fire everyone crowd, the fire everyone crowd. Like, anyone we bring in will do better. And I don't mean off the bat, but even next year, anyone we bring in now will not do better next year. We've already planted seeds. We're forced to water them and see if they'll grow. And 4 weeks is not enough. But it's even too soon to fire a DC. If anything, you help the DC. You know, that's where I'm at. We're not. We're
Or
not there. We're not there. Yeah.
or you let him run his defense with no influence from the head coach.
Yeah. Well, I can't speak to that hierarchy. I really can't. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
Maybe you need the head coach to, you know, merge with him, and he hasn't. I don't know. I really don't, because
Well, well,
yeah,
that's kind of what I'm saying is they're
third shift
merging
in the
both their
house.
ideas and how they've run defenses in the past, and it's obviously not working. Do one or the other, and Wilkes has had some good defenses. I don't know,
You're
I
probably onto something, because the press man coverage percentages are more in line with Glenn's
yeah,
Lions defense than it is with Wilkes defense. You're right.
yeah. So um, I don't know, but to think a head coach has nothing, especially one from the defensive side of the ball, has nothing to do with it is ridiculous. And and the fan base who, oh, he's gonna make the defense so great, so great, so great, and now that it's not, oh, it's not on him, it's on the other guy. So, um, anyway,
The thing is we don't know. We don't know how much input that Glenn is putting in there. He could be putting none right now and needs to put some, or he could be putting a lot and needs to back off. Either way, as of now, a change needs to be made. So figure it out, guys. Like that's all I gotta say.
but I think we do know now how much I don't know, but they're doing a lot of stuff Glenn did in Detroit.
I mean, Wilkes has played a lot of man in his career too. Like I don't know if that's necessarily the indicator, but I don't know.
Well, yeah,
Hard-
none of us are in the meeting room. I'm basing this on um,
What you're saying?
analysts saying they do a lot of the exact stuff Glenn did in Detroit. So, that would lead me to believe he's pretty darn involved. And you know what? As a head coach, you're going to be involved to some extent. You're not turning your back to stuff. That's why, first of all, it's all going to fall on you eventually. Why would you do that? But
Well, did you
how
see?
much, I don't know. But there are definitely signs that they're trying to do both schemes. And it's obviously whatever they're doing is not working right now.
And I showed a stat earlier tonight about how the defensive lines get off times were putrid. How it takes most of our D line 1 second to get to the line of scrimmage,
Really?
which is baffling to me.
Well,
Yeah, that actually makes me wonder, like, how is it not they're thinking too much? How is it not they're being unsure with their responsibilities or their gap integrity or something?
so I'm not laughing at you, Dan. Sorry, I'm reading this message here about the Lord
Touche.
of the Rings Jets beards on the
Oh,
screen.
I didn't see that one.
I
That's a
chilled
good
mine
one.
out. I had to trim it down. It was getting too Amish looking.
3 different colored beards, in fact. I was just thinking of the lengths, but 3 different colored as well. I
Yep.
like it.
The irony is that, like the red beard would be Gimli, and Gimli's shorter, but Dane is like 6'2" and taller than probably both me and Scott. uh,
Yep. Taller than me.
the the
I
irony
wasn't
there.
sure. Scott, I thought you were 6'8".
That bear thinks he's 6'8".
That bear hasn't come back. Thou shall not pass.
There we go.
It's Gandalf the White.
There we go. Hell
Oh,
yeah.
shit. That's good. Eminon, man, thanks for joining us late. I think you're the fourth shift, because, no, you might be third. Well, no, this is fourth shift. One that doesn't always get to see Murph, but we appreciate him. We're winding down. Wild Wave chimes in with actual football that I don't know if you guys are prepared for, but Wilkes, being a zone guy, Glenn, being a man-to-man guy, gotta wonder if it's their schemes not meshing or if they don't have the players for it. Could be both. Thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of been my point. Well, and let's face it, some of the guys they brought in to play defense have underachieved. Not to mention guys who are already here. We all thought Michael Carter was going to be a great kind of addition after missing time last year. You know, maybe they didn't bring in the right guys. Cisco has been ass.
Dun, 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 dun.
Stevens hasn't been great, although it looks like maybe he's starting to play better.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Play like scheme to your players' strengths. Like that's the big thing, man. And I don't know that they're doing that. Like
Yeah.
we have talent. There's talent on this defense, Scott, Dane. You guys know that.
I thought, well, like I just said, I really thought a defense was going to be really good this year. But, I've been thinking back on that, and they brought in two guys who were bad last year, and they were starters in the secondary. Cisco was bad last year. I know he was better.
He had a down year. Yeah.
Yeah, years before that. Stevens was bad last year. Maybe they're just going to be bad. Maybe that's who they are now. Guys don't play good forever in this league. But we're throwing shit at the wall now to see what sticks.
Well, if something's gonna stick to the wall, I would bet my money it's Brown Lee.
Good one, Dane. And maybe, but supposedly great tackler and can't cover anybody.
Run defense 83 out of 100, very good.
That's like, and Murphh brought it up, having a receiver. Oh man, he's got great blocking grades, but his receiving grades aren't so good.
Do you guys agree with this sentiment though? Is if we could eliminate penalties, would it be all the difference?
It would be
We would probably have won 2 games right now if we, had 25% of the penalties that we have now.
It would be a difference, no doubt. But once again, that's been going on since before this year. It's it's institutional.
It seems to be the Jets' way of doing things, apparently.
You could say you're going to change it, but that's all talk until you get it done, which I don't know. Do we trust that's going to happen?
Yeah, I don't know. I do. Maybe I'm foolishly higher on the addition of Brownlee Jr. I do like it. I do. And Scott, you said it. He's a short tackler. He's a good run defender. We need that. We'll take it. Chaos led me to believe that he is like the injected implant in place of MC2. That scares me. Like, I don't know if I think we need to, other people have mentioned it, Dom, like, just switch them all up in the secondary, man.
Why not?
I don't know. To have Stevens and Brownlee covering wide receiver 2 and slot man, I don't know, man. I don't. It's not going to be beneficial.
Hey,
you're gonna have both run defenders on the same side. Like, fuck that.
The one thing I'll say is, like, if we're going to experiment with players and certain types of players and 1-year contract for Cisco here, we snatch up Brownlee, see what we can do with him. If we're going to do that, let's do it this year, right?
Yeah.
Nobody saw us winning the Super Bowl this year. If we're going to do that this year. But next year, don't fuck around. Don't do that next year. Like, we need to see some wins next year, because then that seat's going to get real hot for Glenn if we're looking at 0-4 next year this time.
No, yeah, no, and you also have to win. You have to go 500 after the bye this year for me. You have to. Like, I don't care what you start between now and the bye. I really don't give a fuck if we're 2-7. I don't care. Um, for me, it's that back half because that's what you carry into next year. That's what yeah, that's the whole vibe of the off season.
Well, and
Yeah,
people like to make it, oh well, they're it's back to the Lions again, and that is what the Lions did. They got hot the second half of a season, but come on, we're not the Lions. Just because we got a couple of their coaches, we're not really close to that right
is
now.
it crazy to say between week 1 and the bye is like your buffer, and then we'll grade you after that? Is that too long of a buffer to give this regime?
Well, you got to
Like,
give them a whole year. I mean, it's not long enough. Every coach deserves at least one. Give them a year and then see what it looks like the next year. We're going to be, by the way, we're going to be so lit when we're 1-6 going to play Cincinnati. Like, we're going to be so lit.
Mike White, baby.
I have that shirt around here somewhere. I got to dig it out now.
Well, I feel you want to see things happening like less penalties, right? I mean, they have to get that changed. And you want to see some progress the back half of the season. And that does give you some hope for the next season. Us, the coaches, the players. I mean, if they win 2 games this year, what are some of the guys that have been here gonna think? I mean, Quinnen wasn't happy of the direction this offseason. Now he got in line, but how's he gonna be feeling? How's Brees gonna be feeling? Which most of us don't expect him to be here next year. Could that change now? Even Garrett, he's holding it together now, but is it simply him being the number 1 receiver, or does he really want to win games? That was the whole thing last year. He just wants to win games. Well, they're not winning any this year.
Good point. They asked him this week. And that's one of the few things I plugged in and listened to today. They asked him point blank, what do you say to people that question why you extended here? Good question, by the way. And I didn't like the way he started it. He started it off by saying, well, winning was never the thing with me. And in my head, I was calling bullshit the whole time. He was spouting this off. But he said winning was not the thing, blah, blah, blah. It's not always been about that. And I disagreed because the whole Zach Wilson era showed me different. But he recovered from that beginning, sorry, Murph, by saying he extended here because of the guys who have been here and what they've been through. And he thinks that should we succeed, it'll make what we've been through will make our success that much sweeter. And I freaking loved the end of his quote there. But you're right. That's got a shelf life as well. We're 0-4 again, and if we're 0-8 or 1-10, or like that could change. But right now, he's staying the course of, hey, eventually we'll see success, and it'll be euphoria. Murph, if you're not too down in the dumps, whatever's happening up there, thoughts on Garrett's quotes about exactly what Scott just mentioned, and you can only get beat down so much.
Garrett's just trying to say whatever he can say to not like be that guy. Like, you know what I mean? He wants to remain committed to the Jets, so he's trying to say like for him to say, I think winning is very important to Garrett, but I think like him trying to say that is just him trying to back up his team in a way like I know we haven't been winning, but like this team's important to me type thing. Like I think he's just honestly he's in a corner at this point because everybody knows he's said it in previous interviews. He wants to win. He wants to win. Like, that's his thing. And we're not winning. So, I don't know, but it's a tough situation and it sucks. Like when you lose like this all the damn time, like the good players that you do have, that's how they feel. They're backed up into a corner and, people are looking at them. And Garrett's like, damn, I'm doing what I can. I'm doing what I can. Maybe I should switch teams, I don't know, but hopefully he doesn't. Hopefully him and Sauce stay with us. And we do see some winning.
I trust that Sauce, of all the guys, really does want to be here. For whatever reason, I don't even know why I feel that way, but he's the one guy I think is 100% loyal to the New York Jets. Don't ask me why. This is the feeling I get.
I think so too. I think you're right about that. Because he's a little, I don't want to say he's like hot-headed or anything but he's just a little more passionate. I think he will let it get to him at some point if it keeps going on. But Sauce, I think Sauce can weather the storm and he might stay a Jet for his entire career. Or close to it.
Hey,
well, here's the thing, though, and this is just reality of professional sports. If they can't turn it around, what is he, Dane?
Sauce? He's gonna go win a ring in Buffalo.
No, well, any of the Jets' top players. If they can't start winning with these guys, what are those guys?
No good.
No, they're
doomed.
Currency.
Oh yeah, they are compensation. Capital.
Currency, capital, whatever. Yeah, to start over again because even if maybe they can't make it work with the Jets, some of those guys, other teams will be like, oh yeah. Get him on this team. So
you know what? We also we can't forget. We need Jermaine back, man. Like, I think he's a key cog that makes this whole defense better. Not that it's their like they should have had insurance for him. Like that's we could do a whole show on that debacle. But
that's true.
I will say, like AVT contract year out of the equation. Yep. Simpson still in the equation, contract year. Brees still in the equation, contract year. Jermaine, probably the biggest one after AVT or maybe ahead of AVT coming into the season. We talked about it all year.
He's ahead of AVT at this point. AVT has too many damn injury issues for us to
don't sell us short though. I asked this question a month or two ago. Who is more important?
I stand on I know what I said.
We all
but things change, right? Like
no, we all said Jermaine, I thought.
Yeah. Well, I thought you were talking about if I wanted to re-sign AVT. Like, and I did say yes, I wanted to.
Biggest priority.
I think the question was between Simpson and AVT. If you can bring one back, who is it?
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah, that was one. I feel like maybe it was worldwide that I pitched it to one night, but I said AVT or Jermaine, who's the bigger guy, and I feel like Jermaine was unanimous across the board, and it might have been on their show, but like I still think that holds true. I mean, obviously.
Well, look at the offensive line has been good without AVT, and I'm thinking they're just going to continue to get better because usually offensive lines get better as they play together. They start working as a unit. If there's anything to feel good about besides our kicking game, this year, it's the offensive line, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I know what our problem is at quarterback. We need to be more like BYU and have our quarterback's number be 47.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I saw that last week.
What
He's a
the heck?
freshman. They probably just like, here, freshman, take this 47, and now look at him.
Well, that freshman has dropped 38 points against us so far, so
Woo.
rest in peace, Mountaineers.
It's not too late to make that a Michigan shirt, Murph.
Gross. I'll never do that. I can swap out for one of my Ohio State hoodies or something and an Ohio State hat.
Or Iowa. That'd make Alan happy.
Before I take this graphic off the screen, can I ask you, gentlemen, and I know what you're going to say, because it's the easy freaking answer. Take the easy answer. The date of the Jets' first win is...
Well, I said it before the season, 10-19.
Oh, ye of little faith. Murph?
That does feel like the easy answer. Ugh, and I always like, I tend to want to go against the grain. But
Same here.
I'm gonna go 10-19 because sometimes going against the grain is just being
Stupid.
Just being an idiot at that point. I thought about saying 11-19 against the Browns, but no, we're gonna go 10-19.
Yeah, you know what? The thing about the Browns, I don't look forward to seeing the Jets offense against them.
Judkins.
But
I think this offense has potential to score against any defense, really.
For me,
it's the defense I'm worried about.
Well, yeah. For me, it's when they click. How soon can they click? When can they stack 2 games in a row? I think that I think they start, and it's green goggles. I'm not going to try to defend my answer, but I think they start competing against Dallas. How do you not? How is that not a semi get right game? The only question is, does
anniversary to Snowball?
Hey, 10-5. He says Dallas. Nice. Happy anniversary.
I want us to beat Dallas so damn bad.
Oh, yeah. Cowboys. Well, okay, here's a positive thing. The Bengals game, we all were given a loss. That's changed.
You know what? You're right, Scott. You stuck with your preseason answer and said 10-19, so I'm going to stick with mine. 10-12.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Are you sure, Dane? Are you sure that yours wasn't 9-14?
It might have been
you
9,
were being a little
9,
more
7.
optimistic than the rest of us. What are you talking about?
I think Dane picked the Jets to win 9-7 and 9-14.
And 9-21.
I had them at 9-7, and then I had them going on a massive losing streak.
Yeah, I know Murph picked 9-7, but I figured, Murph's just that Steeler hatred, which of course Dane has is bleeding through.
You really know what I feel when I bet, and I bet that our first win this year would come against the Bucks, believe it or not.
Seriously?
It did, yeah. I thought we matched up very well with them. Their receivers versus our corner. I mean, this was in the preseason. Yeah, that's what I did, and I thought we could win against Steelers. That we could win against Buffalo, being at home both times. But come on, what really matters is what you Bucks. But
you damn near got it, but with a miracle.
Facts. But what I will say is what I have held true to, and that's that we won't just get blown out in London like everyone expects, like we did last year.
It was a one-score game.
Well, come on. We lost our coach. How good of a game was it?
He swam home. Yeah, well,
He swam home.
Woody's a
Sw-
tool. What do you expect?
He's well, yeah. Woody's our tools.
Ah, good one, dude.
Um, I think we compete like hell, Dallas, and then we just band together and we play Sean Payton like it's our Super Bowl, like we did week 1 and cost us like 3 weeks afterwards. We're going to do again. We'll beat Denver and then we'll lose 2 in a row to the bye.
When the hell is the last season that we didn't play Denver?
Yeah.
I
Facts.
swear we've played them like the last 5 or so years straight.
And we play them in Denver. This time it's a home game in London.
Last year was a home game
Was it?
in the rain, 10-9. Yep, that miserable rainstorm.
Like week 3 or 4.
Week 4, missed a game-winning field goal. Lazard got penalty for that when they were inside the 10-yard line. He did that after a bunch of,
Bo Nix did nothing until the final drive when he had like 60 yards.
he was literally shot putting the ball. He couldn't throw it.
Jet defense was just stifling.
Well,
Once upon a
they
time.
found a way to lose.
Ducks thrive in the rain.
It never rains in Autzen. That's what they like to say, of course.
I need to go up there and
I've
see.
sat in the rain there.
Dude, so I worked Monday and it was the first rain day and I was in Pistol River and we got 1 inch of rain in like 6 hours. We had to call it a day and leave early because it was too bad. It was really bad though. Really, like 1 inch of rain in 6 hours.
That's crazy.
Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad. Listen to Snowball here.
Snowball keeps positive. You got to give him that.
He's one of the
or he's gonna do this one on us. One will not go 0-5 as a rookie head coach. He will go 0-7 or something.
Snowball's positivity resides in his dark hairs. So,
didn't I hear some crazy stat like the Jets are the first team in a million years to lose their first 4 games and not cause a turnover?
ooh, I don't know, but that's a rough one.
Sounds familiar.
Oh,
I just don't know if they consider the Will McDonald block punt a turnover.
No, they don't. Of course, I was typing. It didn't come out. I was saying they should consider a block field goal a turnover because basically you take points off the board, but they do not.
They should.
That didn't come out as I meant it on my message, which I'm sure surprises the hell out of you guys.
It's not a that's a huge shocker there, Scott. It's not like changing because like it's not a fumble, it's not an interception, so I guess it's not a turnover, right?
It's not a change of possession because
once that ball is kicked, they are giving up their possession.
But by blocking it, you're taking points off the board. But I guess you can't assume it would have made it anyway. So anyway, just a thought, because essentially a blocked kick is a turnover, right? Block a punt.
If you're asking me, they're not giving up. Like when that ball's in the air and you're swiping it is a change of possession. But then again,
the possession is changing anyway, whether they make or miss a field goal, no matter what. Once they kick that ball,
when it goes out of the end zone,
they're not attempting to drive anymore. So
right.
Well,
I mean, obviously it's not a turnover. I'm just saying those things are
Good point.
as important as a turnover.
Plus,
I mean,
that's special teams. That's not Well, I guess you can still have turnovers on special teams, but
I've seen fake punts get intercepted or anyway. But yeah, that was just not a comment that I really believe that's how they should do it, but it's as important as a turnover. I'll take a blocked punt, that's rolls 15 yards behind the punter over an interception 25 yards downfield.
yeah, that was the best Jets play. Well, Garrett Wilson's catch.
He's had a few of them.
Well, yes, but Will McDonald's play. Where
That
would
was
you rank?
special.
Where
In
would
the
you rank
moment?
that? Yeah, where would you rank that?
That's a big one.
I mean, the last few years, not decades.
The problem is it didn't end up being a game winner.
Yeah, but
But-
at the time, yeah,
But what a spectacular play to not only make the leap, but then get the scoop and then outrun everybody to the end zone.
Should he have nailed it at the 1?
Oh no! You
No,
didn't
hell
ask that.
no.
Oh, fuck.
I'm just asking. I
That was
don't.
a big
I think you
thing.
take the points as you get them. But
Yeah. Well, we saw what could happen inside the 1 yard line last week, right? But the Rams saw it last night.
yeah.
And honestly, when you know you are gonna be on D, you know what I mean? Like if he nailed it to 1, that means he doesn't believe in himself. Do you know what I mean? If you kneel at the 1, it means you don't trust your defense and you're on defense.
Yeah, I guess. But you also probably win the game, so.
If
Now-
you punch it in,
Well, 4 attempts.
fair. No holdings, no pre-snap penalties, no.
Now, I will say, had the Jets already been winning and they could have run out the clock,
Different story.
there you go. Yeah, different scenario. But anyone that says he should have knelt at the 1, that's ridiculous. Like the fail Mary against Miami. They should have never tried that. Come on.
Hindsight is 2020.
Yeah. Have we ever seen it? We've seen Hail Marys work. Have we ever seen a Hail Mary get returned, especially from the end zone for a touchdown? I mean, people act like, "Oh yeah, that was bound to happen." Come on. It doesn't happen.
No, not
Probably, and I don't know. The Jets might be the only team it's ever happened to. Well, go figure.
9 times out of 10, in that scenario, the team is just happy to have intercepted the ball, and they're just like, if they fall over,
Yeah.
fall over and take the touchback.
Yep.
Well, gentlemen, how are the Mountaineers doing?
38-17, 4th and goal. Mountaineers 3:40 left in the 4th.
4th and goal. They can't punch it in from the 1 either.
At the 1, yeah.
Okay, this is the Will McDonald scenario now. Let me know how they do.
Yeah. Except I have less faith in the Mountaineers than I do the Jets. Is that bad?
Oh, that is bad. Yeah.
Oh, there's a flag. They didn't get it, but there's a flag. So
Okay, Murph.
it doesn't matter. We're down 3 scores.
Murph, who wins more games this year, the Mountaineers or the Jets? And the Jets get to play like what?
They get to play more.
Five more games.
Yeah, they get to play more, so I'm going to say the Jets. But they both suck.
Didn't you guys say we would be 1-9 at the bye or something like that?
Maybe.
So when do
But
we? Okay.
but I also agreed with you that the second half of our schedule is easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair. Fair.
But when we said that, we thought Joe Burrow would be playing quarterback for the Bengals.
That's true.
Oh, so you see 2 wins before the bye, Scott?
I do.
Good.
I'm not sure that I see that.
So you think we'll split our next 4?
Yeah, I think they can beat Carolina and the Bengals.
Can?
Hey, I'm not going to assume the Jets are going to beat anybody, but if the Carolina game was in Carolina, I might pick Carolina.
So yeah, you don't have to pick specific 2-2 the next 4.
No, I'm going to be specific because they're not beating the Broncos. I'm saying Carolina and Cincinnati.
Carolina.
But I wouldn't, you know what? I wouldn't be shocked if they beat the Cowboys.
Don't call it a comeback.
I'd be shocked if they beat Denver.
I think they go 2-2. I don't think it's against Carolina and Cincy specifically. I do think though that they can win. They will win 2 out of the next 4.
And you've already said Denver is one of them. So who are they losing to between Cincinnati and Carolina?
With this team, we're losing to ourselves half the time.
Oh,
at least.
come on.
We are. we are.
That's why a lot of teams lose.
Yeah, it's the I mean we are the 31st oldest team in the league. We have the 31st experience level. Like,
yeah, well,
it's going to take time.
My grandpa tells a story when he was a baseball coach, and they went and he had like a bunch of sophomores on his team, and they went and played some team that just beat the living shit out of them. And after the game, he said to the other coach, "Yeah, we're having a hard time now, but we're really young, and all these guys will be back." And the other coach said, "You poor bastard."
Why is that?
Because all those players were coming back.
Yeah, you can't assume they'll take next steps. You're right. You're right. Quincy or Quinnen. Will Quincy be back? We don't even know, man. We have no idea. Dead money is going to go away next year. No, it's not. It's not going to until 2027. We draft a quarterback. Is he going to play? No, he's not. He's not going to play till 2027. Rough. Subscribe.
Subscribe before everyone's given up.
Yeah.
Hey, Murph, where's your little balloons and things? You're doing hand signs and nothing happened.
I can't remember which one does what. I think that's just the thing.
Oh, there you go. There's the bubble.
But I don't remember what this is.
Oh, fireworks. Damn.
You got hearts.
WVU must have just scored.
No, they've. God, don't even get me started.
There you go, Barney Miller.
I don't really remember what the balloons were.
Barney Miller is a part of the fourth shift we have here.
Storm. You did something that made balloons shoot out all over the place one time.
Yeah, I don't remember what I did.
I think it was flexing shirtless for 2 more subscribers.
If we get 2 more subscribers, I will flex shirtless.
No, we wanted this, man. We wanted to be that close, and then next week we'll have a big old palooza after a big win against a $60 million quarterback. Yeah, so I I think that's a wrap, folks. Barney, sorry that you had to watch the Dolphins game twice. Sorry also that you're arriving late, man. Definitely come early tomorrow, next week. Greg, come early next week. Because we're
Plop.
gonna hit plop. That's a good verb. Plop. Plop because we've been watching nothing but slop. Um, yeah.
Stop.
Snowball got me started, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm tired of watching a game and only cheering for a third of it, or you know what I mean. Tough.
Well,
And I
it's
thought,
it's a lot like the last year, also where they play really well for part of a game. How many games do they play well from start to finish?
Steelers offense,
Yeah. Well, there's a lot.
offense,
Yeah, there's a
offensively.
lot of that stuff. Sometimes it was they didn't show up in the first half, and then they showed up in the second half, or vice versa.
Do you see why I think we could beat Denver and then lose to Carolina?
No,
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
That's why though. That is why. Whether you see it or not, that is exactly why I think we could literally have our greatest game followed by our worst, followed by our best, our medium, our worst. Like we have no idea,
well, that's
man.
that's the thing. We don't see a greatest game all within one game. We see a greatest game for a quarter, and then dog shit for 2 quarters, and then something good maybe in the fourth quarter. They need to do the whole kit and caboodle, the whole 4-pack.
Barney, come on, man. I'm trying to quit.
Just 2 more blow.
I like how he said more blow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Barney also says
Assuming.
that evidence one that we are about to pop. Hall running across the field to yell at the ref about Justin getting hit late out of bounds.
And then after the game saying we shoot ourselves in the head.
Yeah, tough. Tough. Murph, I'm not going to keep you any longer. Scott, I think we've said it all, but anything. This is your this is the time of night where I give you open floor if you want to mention anything we missed, anything you want to rehash, any last minute hot takes, anything.
Well, you are one injury closer to fulfilling a hot take. Isaiah Davis.
Or trade.
Yeah, I don't got anything else. We've kind of been over it all, right?
Let me ask you this, and unless Murph has something, I want to ask you what you have to, because the trade deadline is like 3 days after our buy. What do you have to see between now and then to not be sellers at that point? Or are we just going to be sellers?
I don't know. I don't know what they're
It's
thinking.
possible that even no matter how shitty we are, we're not sellers.
Yeah.
They want to keep as much time on this team and add to it.
That's entirely possible. And it's entirely possible that they think, you know what? We just need to rebuild this roster. I kind of feel like they're gonna think, we're gonna turn this thing around. We're gonna win 5 games in this back half of the season, have some momentum going into next year. That's how I feel Aaron Glenn would be thinking. Muji, I don't know, but it kind of seems like probably Aaron Glenn really is the decision maker. But man, if they're 0 and whatever, and you can what if you can trade Brees.
What about Scott Foster? Yeah, what do you need to see? You are Muji. Fuck Glenn. What do you need to see to not be a seller on 11-3?
I would be willing to sell some certain people if the price tag was right. What if the Chiefs say, we'll give you a second round pick for Brees Hall? Be hard to say no to that.
You do it. Yeah, you do
Or
it.
Quincy Williams? Quincy's coming back from injury. What about a third for Quincy?
Yeah, I don't know. Is he getting that? I don't know.
I don't know if I would even do. I don't know if I would do that.
Yeah.
Maybe. How often have our third round picks been better than what Quincy Williams is?
Brees, of course, comes up in this conversation a lot. Now, it's changed a little bit with the injury, but I think all of us here have assumed he won't be here next year. I know I have. Pretty sure Dane has. Not sure about Murph, but if you don't think he's going to be here, and I don't think so, trade him at the deadline. Don't get nothing for him like we've seen with other players.
Well, what I will say too is people say keep him and you'll get a comp pick. Chaos mentioned it earlier. We have 25 one-year deals or more, which means you'll probably be active in free agency next season, and I don't count on any comp picks. If you're going to be signing 20 more guys to replace those guys, you're really banking on getting something in return. Like the Reddick comp pick got canceled out, so like get what you can get now. But yeah, sellers at the deadline. Who are you calling for? Is Sala calling for Stiggers for a sixth? Do you sell him?
Sell Michael Carter II to him if he keeps playing the way he has been. I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
We need another month. Yeah, data.
Yeah.
But
we're only 4 games in. We don't have to decide right now.
What I'd like to hear though is something you would like to see to make you not sellers. Not what would make you sellers, but what would make you not sellers. Couple wins, I assume.
At least,
yeah.
It'd take a lot.
Yeah.
2-2 is not enough over the next 4.
So 2-6
depends how you look. Depends how you look.
Yes. Yeah. Optics. Do you look like a competing team then? Because it's not even can you make the playoffs then, it's can you be respectable down the stretch.
Right.
Sorry, Murph.
This Mountaineer team is just so ridiculous.
That's not like them either. What are they going to be? 2-3, 2-4.
I think
Barney Miller saying extend him. I'm not so sure Brees wants to be here anymore. I really kind of think he wouldn't mind leaving.
Barney is very optimistic. He wants to keep all of our players. Run it back.
Barney needs to be here an hour two or 1 because he would fit right in with our crew and be solid takes.
Keep a bunch of players that have done nothing but lose their entire NFL career.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he said run it back. There it is.
Run it back. Just don't have Brees running it back.
But The one thing is with that, now in my mind, there is a chance of Brees sticking around because of the injury.
Oh, he's got to, dude, win some games for us. I don't even care. Everybody wants, dude. You have no idea how many people want to victory lap me because they see his box score and he did well. His yards per carry were okay in 2 out of the 4 games. He's not a bust. Blah blah blah. Dude, how many games has he been a difference maker for us in? Like, win
Not a
us some
lot.
games. You win 2 or 3 games for us, I won't say another word.
Well, and you never call him a bust. Come on,
No.
that's not being fair.
He's the
But you
starting running
watched.
back, but he's not the top 5 that we thought he was. He'd be lucky to be a top 15 at this point.
Yeah, he was number 2. Remember last
Yeah.
year, number 2 behind McCaffrey, and neither one of them are in the top 2.
Yeah, rough. And you're right, Scott. But you also watch this show. Some people just see a minute and then they're like, "Oh, yeah, whatever." But
Yeah, you're
or
just
they're
trying. You're trying to improve the team, and maybe trading him could improve the team. He hasn't been a difference maker in wins and losses. There's
he.
no denying that.
I mentioned it with the 15 miles per hour earlier. Fields has 18 out of 24. He's gone 15 miles per hour. 18 rushes he's hit that out of 24. Brees 50 some rushes. He has 11. Like 20th in the NFL.
That's meaningless to me.
That just means you're getting yak, or you know what I mean. Like you're getting your speed. You're finding holes. You're hitting them. All I'm saying is, if your quarterback has twice as many of you and half as many rushes, maybe he's not just getting 100 yards in a game. Maybe he's leaving 100 on the bone. We don't know.
Yeah, but Fields is getting some of his by purely fooling the defense. I'm sure one of those plays was that spectacular run he had against Miami.
It was spectacular.
Brees is getting the ball and having to navigate through a line, having to rely more upon blocking when a lot of Fields runs are by deception or just pure scrambling. I'm not sure, but I think it's probably harder for a running back to get clean to get up to that speed.
With an offensive line that's giving you 1.6 yards per carry untouched. I'm just saying. Let's try some new shit. Let's try some new backs. Let's try some new receivers. Let's see who pops. Let's go with the hot hands everywhere. And I don't mean bench everyone that's been. I'm just saying, like, use game flow. That's all I want.
You want Davis to get more touches. I know what you want.
Or Khalil Herbert. I'll tell you, our MVP might be Austin McNamara. Shout out Murph.
God, isn't that sad as hell? What chemistry do we have, Barney Miller? What chemistry have we shown?
Team chemistry, yeah, that's what.
I mean,
you stick with the guy who says we shoot ourselves in the head. Yet hasn't won us a single iota.
yeah.
It's a whole nother show, man. Just go out and win a game, man.
Plain and simple. We suck as we are right now.
Yeah.
So if we keep all the same players, we're going to suck again next year.
Go watch the tape. The team is locked in. Boy.
I won't say they're locked in. That's crazy. But I will say they haven't given up either. But we said that about Salah's teams. That team should have gave up, and they didn't. I said
Locked
that
in
about
the basement.
Greg with the late candidate for comment of the night.
Yeah.
That was Greg.
The comment of the night.
All right, let's end on that. It's 2 a.m.
Yes. Thanks, Murph, for sticking it out. 5 hours. We had fun.
We might have had Murph longer if WVU had pulled off a big win. He'd be all fired up right now.
Actually, you're probably right. But
Or if we hit 500 and Scott took his shirt off.
all week long, I got up at this time.
Dane, I showed you my staff.
And you've had it in your hands for a good 30 minutes, Scott.
Scott has had his wood in his hands for half the show tonight.
Thou shalt not pass.
Run
That's
instead.
like the Jets offense. That's Angstrand to Fields.
Barney Miller, I agree that the defense quit on Brick last year. 100%.
Yeah, but I said Sulla. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Because there were times when they should have.
Well, bottom line, like Murph just said it. The same guys keep losing, different coaching staffs. We keep losing. Maybe it's time to change it up.
Yeah. Changes are in store. Hopefully, like Dom C said, shake up the secondary. I'm saying shake up the D-line if Jermaine is a no-go again. Murph said it. Quinnen on the edge. Whatever the fuck you got to do.
But Barney, losing doesn't pay the bills.
We saw a shitload of Francisco Malagoa last week, and I mean a metric ass ton. Maybe we see a little Jackson Sermon instead.
There we go. Now you're talking. Did you see who we almost saw last night? Did you guys watch the game?
I watched it, but who?
It looked like Martinez might be getting into that game.
It did.
Mac was getting shit beat out of him. I got to give it to Mac, man. That dude looked like a tough, good quarterback that could win games if you put some players around him.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan and Kevin O'Connell, man. Who's the next one? Give me them.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. Adrian Martinez was chomping at the bit to get in there, I think. And he was that close. That if it didn't end the drive they were on, he would have. So Barney, shout out Barney, Greg, anyone else, nine people still watching us. Insane. Appreciate you guys. As Scott's holding his shaft right now. Murph looks like he's in a do-rag.
He does.
Good night, gentlemen. See you next week for a milestone episode as we climb to 500. We're at 498. We might be 5 by then. We might be back down to 491. We'll have to see next week. 9 p.m. Eastern, Friday night. Who will be the guest? We don't have one right now. Do we want one? Comment after the show. Spike the like button. And the Mountaineers will get to play the Cougars again in a do-over if you do that. So,
I don't want to see it again.
Later,
all right.
gents.
Good night, everybody.
Later, guys.
Peace.
I love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. JTS. Jets.
can't all be beautiful.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride.
You're in the danger zone.
Holy mackerel.